1745, and we are playing Hearts of Iron 4, and we are in the midst of invading Germany. Does it look like we are live on the interwebs? Webs entering. And I do see Arno is here first, sorta, kinda. All right. Now, okay, so let's see. What are we doing back here? We got some... Oh, these guys. Like the militia units that probably aren't terribly useful. Okay, well, you know, let's send them all out here somewhere. Let's see where we want to use them. Alright, well, we've pushed into here. We need more units at the right spots. I don't understand everything that's going on. Tank. We got some tanks there. So let's send in some infantry divisions which have anti-tank. Now let's take a look at the air war. How is the air war going? These are all operating. Yeah. Let's see here. No extra transport. And hello, Palmstall. Yes, we're at war with the Soviet Union and Britain and her allies, which is just, you know, we're sort of occupying the coast and doing some submarine warfare against them, basically. Okay, that's... We're deploying... Okay, well, they're coming in. Some transports to help with the fuel and supply situation, just generally speaking. Yes, okay. Let's see, what should we be doing for our somewhat overly delayed national focus? Hello, Mr. Goodtime. Subjugate Romanian economy. That's a maybe. Sure. Ask the question. That'll take a while, but that will really help with lack of resource and factory output, so that's another maybe. Trade interdiction. That would help with our... Yeah, let's do that. Should I max out infrastructure in every province? No. Well, I guess I should. What country are you playing? I guess that's part of what be the question. If you're playing a relatively small country and you're trying to have as much, you know, factories as you can, that might be something good, but generally speaking, no. Figure out what you need to do. Playing as Argentina? Probably not. I've never played as Argentina, so I don't know what your goal, are you planning on conquering Latin America or something, or just peacefully sitting someplace for the whole war? But, yeah, I'm just seeing that has 4, that has 3. You just sort of need to figure what you want to do. And hello, gamer. You sound very distant. Okay, well, let me move this. Well, part of it is I've been having some audio issues this last week. Spent over 6 hours trying to fix them and didn't. So I've removed the program that sort of gets rid of background noise. Hopefully peacefully. Yeah, well, just balance out your civilian factories with your military factories and do that kind of thing. Play close to reality as possible and only build what they build in real life. Well, yeah. So I worked on it, like I think I was saying, for 6 hours trying to solve my audio issues. And then gave up on it. Well, I'm not sure what it's beneficial to invade Bolivia or Chile. To be helpful. We sunk a Soviet sub out here. deployed the air fleet yet. Look, generally speaking, okay. This is our area where we're contending, and we have almost 700 aircraft. Well, okay. Right. Well, let's take a look here. Well, let's come back over here and take a look. Okay, nothing is in the actual red. We're, of course, using some stuff up faster than we are producing it. We're not producing any light tanks, but we have a lot, so that is not really an issue. We are out producing fighters over our casualties. But I guess it could be good to increase fighter production. So let's take a look at our fighter production. We are producing approximately, in this production line, just over 4 aircraft a day of BF-109DDs. And another 2 here, so 6, and we have a little bit of extra rubber. I think we will add to here. Get some more heavy fighters for longer range operations. 71 heavy tanks, are those captured ones? I think mostly. We can take a quick look at it, because we are starting some. Yeah, so we got 30, well, about 50-50. 37 Tiger 1s and 34 Char Bs. So, yeah. We're doing okay there. Not enough. Yes, I know I can split off one of the, mirror one of these armored divisions and just add a single battalion of heavy tanks, but I don't know that it's worth it. We're going to attack there. Instantaneously. Okay, good. That changes the odds. All right, here. Let's add 1 Panzer division and 3 infantry divisions. Okay. Yeah, not worth it yet, no. You joined that fight. That's just a spoiling attack, not planning on it actually achieving anything useful other than spoiling movement. Okay, so we're here. We've got 8 divisions of infantry, 1 motorized infantry, and 1 cavalry division. Okay, let's send these 5 divisions right into here, right down the railway line. First 2 will go there, the next 2 will continue to push to there. Are we being invaded somewhere, or is this incoming raid detected? I don't know. Take a look out here. Well, we lost 4 aircraft while going after a light cruiser. So, see if we can cut these off. Cut through here. Hello, Robert Coleman. The Koval is vulnerable to Soviet attack. Move an infantry division. Trying to spot that. You're thinking here? I don't know. There's a little bit of delay here. Don't know where that... Oh, here. Okay, here's where you're talking about. You got that. I'm going to let these guys... So that's one province. I'm going to let these guys get just a little more organized. They are... Well, I don't know if I can. Okay, let's come here and check this out. Okay, we are already motorized here. So we are trying our best with there. Yes. One division, like 7 Soviet. Oh, you're thinking here? Yeah, well, let's see. Have these units formed up yet? Where? Back here in Berlin. Yes, okay, that's sort of what I was waiting for there. You come here and you supply into here. That should help with the supply there. And you come up here and supply into about the best I can do for improving the supply situation. There we go. Hit them in a pincer movement there as well. Okay, transit rights in Sweden, don't care, don't have anything up in Sweden. Doesn't interest me at all. Hit here. Yeah, well, hey, I'm playing against the AI. Not a real actual. Let's see. Let's do this now. What I think I've done is attack too soon because this now is available. It wasn't available originally. That will give me armored division plus 15% attack and breakthrough plus 10%. So that will help with a lot of things. Good division against them. But I'd like to seal this off and then kill everything there. That would be preferable. Those from 3 directions. Maybe the Romanians will join into the attack once their whatever planning phase happens. They're both on the move, so we're hitting them on the flanks as they move. Okay, well, we cut off these 3 divisions. Well, let's move. Let's actually attack with the armored division additionally there. And these guys can support that attack. Just can get back into the push across the river. So, yeah, well, I don't trust the AI. I go back to old tabletop playing you know, war games. So I like this play style. Okay, we're about ready to come through there. So let's add the mountain division. This is just open, well, maybe, yeah, these are hills, wouldn't have mattered too much different. And then let's throw in these 2 division, or 3 division, 4 actually, yes. And we're going to support that division. Let's see here. Okay, what do we... Blum und was? Yeah, we'll do that. Help our submarines out a little bit. Is it just those... Oh, we got another motorized division. Okay, well... Pause. Let's send them down here. Actually, we'll send them right to there. Get them across the river on the trains. You support the attack there. Okay, we are across here. Very good. Let's surround Riga. I know we have gaps here. We're trying to move things up. Keep them off balance. What is helping us, I believe, and why you see, oh hey, there's just 1 division here, let's send some tank divisions. The AI is trying to do planning and shit like that. So they're not... Okay, that pins them into place. Let's push out like that with those guys coming to here. One of the divisions going up like that, one of the divisions coming down like that, one of the divisions going through like this, and the other one just staying there, yeah. Sort of blossoming out. 2 divisions are going to join the attack there. The other 2 are going to strike down into here. Probably have too many divisions back here. Okay, well, we've got our motorized divisions here, so let's send 2 of them, the better 2 organized that way. Surface fleet are all having parties inside the harbor. Or no. Okay, we got this group here cut off, so let's strike them. Let's come back down here. Oh, we have some Romanians doing something now. Good. you can attack up that way. You come, just in case you make a breakout, come up that way. Join the Romanians again. That attack. Okay, well. Get to those railway crossroads and that'll just be extra volume to those attacks. Attack there to spoil their movement. You counterattack that way. You guys attack it that way. And you support the attack. You guys have pushed into here, so keep pushing up that way. Okay, so we punched into here. We stalled out for lack of orders. Okay, so we're going to now push here and here, because that's 2-to-1 division, and we'll actually make our front line slightly smaller. Okay, well, here we got an empty province to attack into. And let's send these guys up and around. Well, well, I guess if we put in another tiger production, that will make it more worthwhile to increase our trade. Let's look here. Okay, we're down to 15 free factories. Bunch of it is trade. I'm trading a lot for oil. I'm actually trading with Venezuela too, but they're not seeming to wake up and do anything about it. We probably don't want to keep going because, or in 112 days we're going to lose. We're not going to have enough oil, so let's do that. Take a look at some. Okay, well, there was a large airstrike, and we took out 3 subs. 28 destroyers, 4 battleships, 3 carriers, 8 light cruisers there, 19 subs total. So yeah, we did pretty well with that. I mean, just taking out a few subs. And an earlier strike, or another strike there, we lost an aircraft. So that's okay, I guess, for what was going on there. And over here, took out 2 Russian subs. I don't think the Soviets had 33 subs. Maybe they did. I don't know. Okay, we got rid of that pocket there. We're going to move these guys up this way. We're going to move these guys out this way. Let's add another flank to that attack there. Okay, these guys can't, they had been out on the Atlantic Wall area. Let's keep them moving eastward. These guys are mostly reorganized now, so just long enough to start the attack, which I don't like, to get them to support. Erwin von Wiesbaden wounded. Okay. Okay, we've got a motorized division out here. Who's the local sort of Erwin Rommel is our local panzer commander here. So let's add him to the here. Okay, we've got 7 divisions, so let's you guys are no. You get across the river, you get across the river. You can join in that attack. Okay, we've got Riga isolated, so we can use these guys just bust across the river. I think we will add to that attack because it would be useful to delay their movement some. You push into there because I want to take away their last port here. As I destroy their divisions up there. Okay, construction has improved. Our ability to construct things is better. Now we want to do this. to better get resource efficiency. Alright, how are we doing out here? Okay, well, 2 aircraft down against some transports. I guess they are trying to supply into there. Got a British sub down, another British sub down. Hey, even 1 sub at a time is useful. What happened to my fleet that was out here? Did it get destroyed somehow? I don't remember it being destroyed. Serious, I had another rather large submarine fleet that I don't remember going down. Here. What are these guys doing back here? Oh, they're repairing. Why the fuck are they here? I guess this is a large enough port and all. Naval base level 10, so I guess they're okay there. I don't know why the hell they went to there instead of coming back around to Brest where they're supposed to be. Based out of, I don't know. I honestly don't know what's going on there. And you guys pursue them. We're moving. You guys can move up into there. Once more unto the breach, my dear friends. Once more. Okay, these guys have... I'll just move them on up. Okay, well, again, let's see what we can do here. We'll add 2 mountain divisions to that attack. Let's attack here. Progress, but slow. You can get across the river too. Well, if I can take this province here, that will link up our railroads, which will be useful for supply. Well, we're also going to get that up there, which will be useful. We got to improve some rail links there. Pause. And we are pushing up along through here. Good. pushing down here, because if we close this pocket up, we've taken out all of those divisions that they won't get back. Okay, good. Here we are. Send one more division into that battle, open up another flank. Okay, now we're moving ahead. Now we're doing better. I think my biggest problem was I started this too early before the event. This one could happen. Let's promote some ace pilots. I keep forgetting to do this. Okay, let's come and look at our air war for the moment. Alright, well let's add some aces to these here, which will help a little bit, I'm sure, in our battle. Hey, Jemnuska, good to have you here. And hello, folk. Oh, not crazy. Will reorganize sometime going into the invasion Poland of France. Soviets had a good fleet in 41, Arno's saying, including... Did they really have 218 submarines? I don't think you're lying to me, but that's just shocking. That's just shocking. For how little... Now, I don't know where they were. You know, obviously, when we're talking about... And this is one thing. I know very little about the Soviet Navy in World War II. I know they had some in the Baltic. I know they kept them there through to the end of the war. Because they you know, sunk the Wilhelm Gustloff ship with a bunch of refugees on board. You know, still a time of war, and you're just sinking, you know, commercial ships. Which really shows how I will get to all the chats here, everybody, don't worry. I like interacting with you, so I pay attention to them. But how do I put this? We could say something like the past is a foreign country, but it's also how do you view things from a different perspective? You can, obviously you can, but it's a chore. And I know a bunch of you who have been around for a long time know that, you know, some of my maxims that I'm not saying they're entirely original to me, but I do believe I've come up with them, though maybe I mean, obviously it's synthesizing everything that I heard. Warfare is a political act. Politics is perception, right? So what brings you victory in a war with the Soviet Union? And we can go, look, man, look at how deep they penetrated almost to Moscow. You know, I don't know, somewhere like around here with the spearhead, right? And it was sort of a spearhead. Now this is not an accurate map of the Soviet Union. But it isn't entirely wrong either. I mean, obviously these are sort of waste nothing and not big up here, but you know, around here I think it's reasonably accurate. And we can look at, we can partially see with just air bases here, but this is where the sort of heartland is, and this is the wild frontier. So you take all of this, it equals a huge chunk of all of this. And, you know, this is just, you know, especially out here is dead space, you know, right? You know, and even out here, a lot of this is just, even if, you know, we know it wouldn't quite be so expansive. I can definitely say, and notice they've cut off. This Finland has not obeyed the Winter War rules of not tacking out of it, but you know, out of the original Finland. Finland made the right decision by not attacking outside of its original territory, because look what happens. I think most Finns today are pleased with the state of the world, meaning they're not longing for the Nazi victory in World War II. They're not lamenting the Soviet Union surviving World War II, because Russia's a fact. You know, it's going to be a fact for Finland for however long. So it's obviously a neighbor, you know, and it's not like, oh, I don't know, Norway or something that might disappear, you know, disappear into Sweden, you know, I don't know what, it's or the Baltic states that could disappear back into Russia or something. It's a fact because it's just so big, and you're on the border of it. And they maintained their, you know, roughly their post-Winter War border. The only thing they got to keep was the sort of, or that they were able to keep was Soviets occupied a little peninsula down here post-Winter War, but they got to keep that post-World War II. So they made the right decision, but not the right decision to defeat the Soviet Union. Not the right decision to help Germany. Had they taken Leningrad, that would have, you know, the term Axis Lake, that's what this would have become entirely. There's enough infrastructure, even in a post, you know, conquest Leningrad, enough infrastructure to use this as a port when the season would allow, because I know it freezes over. It would be moving the front lines from along here and then L-shaping down to, you know, however here, just out to here and out to here. You know, this is a linchpin. There's a little known machine gun called the PPS 42. It looks very much like a PPS 43, which is basically a copy of it. But the 42 was it's a simplified version of the PPSH 41 that they come up with in Leningrad to make it cheaper and simpler. So in this cut-off pocket here that they're, you know, supplying either via, you know, small ships or large boats, however you want to define some of the stuff, when the, you know, basically at night when this is thawed out enough, and across the ice, you know, in truck convoys when it's iced over, you know. So it's Leningrad does have times when it's 100% basically cut off. Other times it's just a trickle of supplies of various types in it. But there is enough industry that they make hundreds or thousands of submachine guns and ammunition and whatnot in the besieged city. So no, we don't have a good industry count here, but however much of that'd be taken off the sort of Soviet industry. So it's a linchpin. Now, like I say, politics is perception, and how do you perceive things. I don't think taking Moscow in the 1941, the Barbarossa campaign specifically, is going to bring you the collapse of the Soviet Union. I don't think so. But we don't know what perception would have been. And I'm pretty sure if they're taking it just before the winter sets in, they're going to be booted back out in the counteroffensive. But if they get it, you know, in the fall, you know, have some number of weeks to, you know, repair the railway link and be able to supply efficiently into Moscow and whatnot, well, then that's a different matter. They could maybe hold it then. But if they can take Leningrad, Moscow, and it's not the Stalingrad as the symbol that it becomes, but just simply Stalingrad, the reason it's important here is it's the confluence of these two very important rivers, and the rail links. Back here, you take this rail link, this was a navigable river that was used for supplying oil and whatnot out of, coming up from Baku down here, coming up into here. You take this, and even if you haven't, if you just push in here and take Rostov-on-the-Don here, and take Stalingrad, this is effectively cut off. This is maybe, your case blue or whatever. Instead of pushing to Stalingrad, you're pushing down here and securing it. And even if the Soviets, which totally wired this Baku oil fields up to be blown, and probably, Germans are pretty damn efficient. They could probably, with enough effort, put the oil fields largely back into service within a year. But I don't know that they could do that in the sense of, one, in the midst of a war, are they going to have enough of expertise, shall we say, to fight the oil fires is just part of it. But expertise to come down here and do that, and get the materials needed to rebuild it, get them down here, through a shaky railway system and whatnots in the midst of the war. So we might be looking at, a 2-year revitalization. And Germany, you got to understand, this is some stuff that I am digging out, look through. Let's see, where is not resistance resource map, because that should give me. Yes, they do have this here now, and maybe I'm slightly responsible for it. The oil up here. Back in this time period, in the 30s and 40s, they mined, and I'm saying that literally, mined oil up here. And Germany in the 20s particularly invested in the mining of oil. Because, there's actually some, okay, they dumped it all here. Well, maybe. I thought there was some that was sort of out right around in here. Not all right here. This up here is an interior line if you're looking at Germany going to war with the Western Allies again. Obviously, it's on the front line if they're going to war with the Bolsheviks. You know, this is in the 1920s. So, and Germany's realizing that, you know, oil is going to become a critical thing in the next war. So they're investing in Estonian oil mines. And I keep saying mines because it's sort of like coming out as clay almost. Very sludge-like. You're not drilling a well down and just pumping it out. And so when the Germans bust in and basically take all of Estonia, I could almost say liberate, but that really I don't think would be appropriate. They take all of Estonia. The Soviets destroy most of the infrastructure for the oil mining before the Germans can take it. Most. Let's just say that you can continue to operate it at maybe 20% the capacity that you had prior to the start of invasion. Now, it doesn't mean it's full potential. It doesn't mean, and I don't know what the field is like today, or fields. And I'm not saying you couldn't, in theory, drill down to somewhere that you could pump oil out, but it was this sort of sludge that you sort of mined out, and then you needed to separate the oil from everything else in it. It's just thick goo, sort of like, not runny clay, but, you know, sort of clay that if you were to set down, it would just sort of blob out instead of stay sort of rigid, if you know what I mean. So it's a rather wettish clay kind of thing that you're getting out that's oil. And the Germans know all about this because obviously they've developed the oil fields. And they intentionally, knowingly decide not to rebuild any of the oil infrastructure because, well, we're just going to take Baku. Why waste time on revitalizing the Estonian oil? Because we're just going to take Baku, and that's going to be cool. That'll supply us with more than enough oil. Now, in reality, it probably would have if you could fully exploit all of these, and I'm including, you know, all this oil down here. If you could fully exploit all of these oil fields and effectively transport all this oil into the general German infrastructure. And yeah, with enough pipelines, because you got to have pipelines at some point. You could maybe do it with train cars. That's if you have enough oil tank. It's not going to effectively putting them in 50-gallon oil drums and stacking those oil drums, you know, on flatbed or whatever railway cars. You got to be able to load it, you know, to load the oil rapidly into something. Because you got to basically pump. You got to have something pumping the oil through the pipelines if you're going to have pipelines. So you might as well. You can use that energy, you know, coal-powered steam engines, you know, running back and forth. You need the big tanker cars so you can quickly pump it into the tanker cars and quickly pump it out and not have to deal with individual 50-gallon, you know, how many tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of 50-gallon oil drums that you've got to load. You know, well, yeah, once you put them on a train car, you don't have to touch them really until you take them off. But that's just going to be so much more labor intensive. You know, so yeah, you could probably do it on trains. Pipelines would be best. I think the Soviets have some sort of pipeline going up here. I think they do. So, you know, if you can get it out there, it's probably enough for Germany's needs. Maybe not all of its wants, you know, what we want to have, but its needs, it's probably enough. Now, it's about sometime mid-late 43, they go, oh shit, we're actually not going to get the Baku and other Grozny and whatnot oil fields down here. We better start exploiting. So they start to exploit the oil fields up here, getting them back going, and they get some of them sort of running efficiently, and the Soviets overrun it, basically. Now, they would have had probably somewhere 6 months to a year of effective use of the, and not that they would have got 100% of the oil fields as they had been, operating, before the war. But what they could have gotten going, it would have just been somewhere between 6 months and a year before it would have overrun, which would have helped. Maybe not necessarily helped hold this line. Might have, if they saw it as a vital sector, might have put a few more divisions there and held out longer. It wasn't going to really change the outcome of the war. But a lot of this is, perception that we're dealing with. So, thinking of, what was it, 218? Yeah, 218 submarines. And from the Soviet perspective, I don't know where they all were. I do believe, I do believe that there were a few operating down here in the Black Sea, some I know in the Baltic, I presume some up here, and at least a few out here that mostly do nothing. You would just think that they'd be a lot more effective. So I don't know whether it's just... Oh, and one thing you have to say, and here I'm going to throw some cold water on that number as I'm just thinking about it. I don't know that they had 218 submarines that could go to sea. Okay. How many Soviet-era submarines that were actually, within the last, let's say, 3 years at least, of the life of the Soviet Union, were actually, operational? Not that they actually went to the sea, but they were actually operational, that are still sitting rotting somewhere, or whatnot. I'm not talking about ones that had already been decommissioned to one level or another, but ones that, that, hey, yeah, in, the last few years of the Soviet Union, were considered, operational, maybe in the reserve fleet or something. Yeah, but could, you could take them out of their port, you could sail them around, and you could go under the water, and they'd actually come back up from being under the water and go back into port, meaning they were at least somewhat operational. So they very well may have had 218 submarines. I presume the sources, whatever Arno's using, whether it's Wikipedia or something else, it has some basis in reality, because again, also the Soviets lie heavily about their reality. They may have had them. How many were actually prepared to be able to go out to sea, which would include manned, which would include, so they got the crews for them, which they didn't rob Peter to pay Paul of, spare parts or something. We're actually ready to go. Part of the, one of the two basic German-Soviet economic pacts that come into being post the, obliteration of Poland, Germany gives, or sells maybe, for resources, including oil and food, would probably be the more appropriate term, a heavy cruiser that's partially finished to the Soviets that the Germans were building. A very modern heavy cruiser. I think it included all of the turrets and guns, and the engines were somewhat operational, that the Soviets were going to complete. I believe there was only one turret mounted in the hull, and it never gets any, it gets up to Leningrad,
and in the harbor there. And the Soviets, for a while I guess the ammunition lasts or whatever, they use that one turret as, you know, a immobile, because they don't move it anywhere, floating battery, you know, firing its big guns at the Germans. Because the Soviets wanted, and it was a lot more modern and sophisticated than the rest of the Soviet fleet. So, you know, you know, how operational is that that ship? So, yeah, I'm disputing the number in a practical sense, not that Arno isn't, you know, getting decent resources for his information. So, folk, he's asking Robert if he reorganizes divisions into adjacent. Same. I don't know how much that matters, because if we click here, okay, this is just one division here. This wasn't a good click. If we click here, I can come back over to this thing. This guy, Wiesbaden, who had been wounded here, I believe is commanding, you know, I don't think the Gebirgsjäger, Gebirgs division, whatever you want to call it, is in his army group or something. I don't know if that affects how effectively this unit is actually used in combat. I don't know if it really matters. Now, it does obviously matter if you have the AI running the front lines, because then it will, you know, each, whatever division will utilize the divisions under its command. But I don't know that it really matters for what I'm doing. And so I don't know, because Robert says he likes to, and I do recommend. I believe I remember the name from long past. So, but yeah. So if you manually play, I don't know how important keeping. The commander does definitely affect, you know, his traits, his. You know, his skill set here, as well as, you know, like I say, his other sort of traits do matter in the battle for sure. But I don't know if it matters if the division under his command is part of his division or part of his army here or not. So I don't know if it does. But yeah, okay. So it's hard for me to understand how, you know, even if the Soviet Navy is down at 60, 70 effective submarines, I think they should have, you know. And I don't know, you know, I don't know how well Soviets understood submarine warfare. Because, like, we can look at Japan. It has the same strategic vision of naval power that the United States does. The exact same, or virtually the same. Maybe I should say virtually the same. They're both Mahanian navies. They both look to Alfred Thayer Mahan and the book Influence of Sea Power Upon History, I believe it's titled as. It's normally just shortened in the Navy to Influence. And they had, when I was in, I'll fully say it out, Naval Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, when I was in that as a student, there was we studied a lot from excerpts from it, shall we say, very much. And I don't think a full copy of it. I have an abbreviated copy that's highly illustrated. much more than what Alfred Thayer Mahan. Alfred Thayer Mahan was in the U.S. Navy, but like some of the other big thinkers in navies, basically does nothing. Definitely nothing as a commander. From his age, was he in the American Civil War? He may have been an officer in the American Civil War or something, naval officer, junior kind of thing. But it's more in the post-Civil War era. He's writing. He's more of a lecturer and whatnot at the probably the Naval War College in Annapolis. Those are two different institutions. Both those things. And he's more of a thinker organizer within the U.S. Navy. So he is a trained naval officer, but he doesn't have any, to my knowledge at least, I could be wrong, but any great battles or great achievements he did as any sort of commanding figure. But he's definitely a very good theorist. So the Japanese very much read obviously translations of Mahan's work. So they're thinking very much like the Americans are with naval power, even though their traditional naval ally slash training, influencing, purchasing design element is Britain. Because Britain and Japan very much come together mainly as an anti-Russian, because Russia's, pushing out this way. Britain's trying to push into China and other places, and Japan is worried about being colonized by anybody, including Russia. So they're looking at being allies, so they do that. Britain has a very different viewpoint institutionally. I don't know what it is like today. Hell, I don't even know if Britain still has a naval institution today. Just talking with a friend about some elements of that. Just what was it, last night or the night before? It was the night before. See, I remember these things. Britain's naval institution, is a little bit more organic in its development as opposed to looking at a particular theorist. Though, what is it, Dr. Clark? I know we're going to refer to Dr. Clark as or is it Clarkson? He was I'm forgetting exactly his name. I think it's Dr. Clarkson or something. He was a Scottish, an Edinburgh civilian who comes up with some of the naval, more tactical organization. And then it's basically Navy by inspiration of Admiral Nelson. So, and they have a different viewpoint on how, and I don't know that I can well articulate the difference, but it is a different viewpoint on naval power. But Japan, institutionally, does not, and I repeat, does not understand submarine warfare. And it goes, I think, to a cultural, and this is what, I'm trying to say, what you can look at and say the past is a different country, but also you have blind spots. Because, and I do think she's wrong on some very big issues, but Sarah Payne, I believe is her name, who's been interviewed by, what is it, Dawala or whatever, Indian, I think Indian American, not an American Indian, but Indian American who out of Silicon Valley, and she's a civilian lecturer at the Army War College, and she talks about how all of at least the armies, and I'm sure, I don't know, but I'm sure that this also influences the the Japanese Navy as well, but all of the text that the Japanese military text they study, are all in deportment, on how to deport yourself. You know, how to not deport as in leave the country, but how to your manner, how to, you know, deport is sort of the best word that I know. I'm trying to think of another synonym, but how to conduct yourself. That is very heavily, and that very much comes from the sort of the Edo period of the samurai, that is after the actual wars, and you're sort of getting the samurai as sort of a formalized dueling society that's fighting each other just over duels, not over wars and battles and conquests. And yes, the Navy does have Alfred Thayer Mahan that does look at it a little bit tactical, but the Navy sees it very much as you win the naval war by defeating the enemy's fleet, and then all things will flow from that. As opposed to, well, if we cut off the supplies for the enemy fleet, we've defeated it, even though the enemy fleet is sitting there fully manned. Meaning, if the fleet has no ammunition, what does it matter? You know, even if it can sail all around the world but can't shoot anybody and only can ram it, you know, in World War II, only ram its ships, you know, we're talking Greek and Roman warfare, that'd be different, but could only ram its ships into other enemy ships, it's useless, right? Well, Japan has such a bad oil shortage, and the oil coming out of Balikpapan, down here, wherever that is, it's somewhere around here. Yeah, here. Balikpapan. Down here, the oil coming out of the ground is sort of, I gather it's light sweet crude, which is a version of oil, that you can pump literally straight from the ground right into the ships, into the boilers. Now, you will very quickly, as in a few months, 6 months, a year, somewhere in there, have to shut the boiler down, go in and scrape off all the residue, because it isn't really clean enough to properly do it. They'll leave enough residue. But you can definitely do it for a while, you know, run them, not just have it, you know, filled, but run it that way straight from the ground, so you don't even have to have, you know, refineries around to keep your fleet. So a big chunk of the Japanese fleet has moved down here because it can oil up, you know, fuel up, and then run out and have a battle and then come back. It doesn't need to, you know, and there's plenty of oil down here. There just isn't plenty of oil everywhere else. So Japan doesn't understand that you can defeat the fleet without destroying or sinking the fleet. Even though they've read Mahan, even though they've understood all of this, it's just a blind spot that it's like, well, hey, there, you know, yes, the Japanese would get the idea if a submarine is going along and, oh, hey, there's an unescorted oil tanker. Maybe I should put a torpedo into it. They probably would have done it. But they don't send submarines out looking for that. And when they do send submarines out, sort of kind of looking for that stuff, and they do send some for a while out, yet actually make it basically all the way across the Pacific. They do have some, like the U.S. also has some long-range submarines. And even our mid-range submarines are designed to work from Hawaii to here and back, or from way down here all the way up, you know, to there and back. And could work across the Pacific. Now they would sort of go up and back like that because it's just actually shorter. They could work that way, but they just can't stay, you know, on station very long. Japan is running some submarines pretty early in the war along the Pacific coast, but they're basically instructed that if you see an enemy, you know, freighter, surface and sink it with your main guns, don't waste a torpedo on it. Partially, they're not making enough torpedoes. Partially, they're saving them because they want to get the important thing of sinking a destroyer. Who the fuck cares about a destroyer? A destroyer is a meaningless ship. A destroyer has no function other than to protect a valuable ship, okay? A valuable ship is one of two basic things. One, a big capital ship, you know, a battleship, an aircraft carrier, okay? Or the lowly little freighter. That is what it's there for. Jack of all trades. I'm not even really trying to downplay the usefulness of a destroyer, but a destroyer just as itself, sailing around out in the ocean means nothing really. It's sailing around hunting submarines. Well, okay, yeah, great. What is it doing? It's protecting the freighters by hunting submarines. In and of itself, it isn't important. The importance is protecting the commercial fleet. Japan doesn't understand that. It just institutionally just doesn't get it. It's a blind spot. And when you're trying to understand these nations and how they're working. So I don't know, when we're looking at the Soviets, even maybe they had 218 ready to go, but I don't believe that. I'm not disbelieving Arno's number that he posts there, because I'm sure he's getting that information right. It isn't a slam on him. It's just, one, I don't know if the sources are lying, because we know the Soviets lie to themselves and then take that information and lie to other people. They take that information, then exaggerate it or downplay it or whatever. So they're just lying and lying and lying. And even if these are sort of outside verified existing submarines, do we really know how operational they were? Maybe highly, maybe not. I don't know. But how well do the Soviets understand submarine warfare? They sailing all around the Baltic looking for, and I don't think this is the case, but looking for German battleships and ignoring freighters? No, they'll probably sink a freighter. Do they not trust their submarine crews? That they'll go out to sea and then surface outside of England and go, "Hi guys, we're defecting from the Soviet Union." I don't know what, a Hunt for Red October kind of thing. I don't know, or is it just incompetence? Is it, what if you have 218 submarines, and Germany would love to have 218, 1941. See, we got to look at this. In 1941, and I'm presuming at the beginning of the war with Germany, so right around June, 1941, Germany would love to have 218 operational submarines. And not all of them, I know, are going to be long-range submarines that could, be out here in the mid-Atlantic. A bunch of them be coastal submarines or other crap. Your training subs and whatnot. But they would love to have that many, and they could probably really be starving out Britain with that many. And so I just have to wonder why they're not doing better, if all that. So just get me onto all that. Okay. Invasion. Okay, let's see. What game do you play? Okay. It's not realistic. What game do you enjoy playing more? Okay, well, maybe we'll get to Robert's answer to that soon. More realistic. If I wanted to play a simulation of the East Front, my game would be War in the East too. My problem is the war with the Soviet Union mostly was not won or lost in the conflict with the Soviet Union. In that it's the decisions here, back in Germany, are the decisions that are winning or losing the war, whether fighting the Soviet Union or the war overall. Because War in the East 2, you really don't have the how much am I going to produce mechanized equipment? How much am I going to produce fighters? What's my outlay for rubber or oil or steel? What are all my options here? That is where the war is won or lost, in my opinion. All of this tactical stuff that I'm doing here, yeah, it's important to the outcome. Not going to pretend it's not, because if you're incompetent, and we can definitely see some incompetency with Hitler in commanding all of this, but it's not where the war's won or lost. So if you want to play in my opinion, an East Front simulator, that would be that. Now, if we're talking overall World War II, this is really becoming the most realistic grand strategy game. Prior to, well, a couple of years ago, I would have had to say, even with its problems, Hearts of Iron 3 was more realistic. Especially if you look at Black Ice. Okay, we've already said hi to Jamnuska. Is it me or just Gamer really quiet volume-wise? I've been playing with a lot of, and I can up it a bit here. I've been having, and I just up it some. I spent 6 hours this last week trying to solve a bug with my audio and trying to improve my audio setup here, and either I'm going to have a little bit of crackle pop every 9 seconds in what in my audio, just a brief one. Everything else would actually sound better than what I'm sounding now because I got it tuned in, but every 9 seconds, and there's this sort of 9-second bug that I thought I did all the right things to chase it out, but obviously not, and so I gave up, and I've sort of forced myself not to dig into it because there's two sessions that were over 3 hours per session trying to solve this, and then a few other brief, and then I stopped myself from trying to solve it. So I've been tweaking with the audio. So yes, according to Wikipedia, the Soviets had a big fleet in 41. Yes. Okay, composition. Arno's getting to it. 3 battleships, 7 cruisers, 59 destroyers, including 46 modern Gurnvy and some other class destroyers, 218 submarines, 269 torpedo boats. Those are varying in quality and type. 22 patrol vessels. Those can be almost anything. 88 minesweepers. Again, those can be almost anything. 77 submarine chasers. Again, those can be almost anything. And when I say submarine chasers, 77, the U.S. Navy, the U.S. Coast Guard, and some sort of naval auxiliary had, in particularly in early 1942, during the second happy time, they're taking civilian yachts that are, not speedboats per se, but sort of zippy yachts, sort of, and not necessarily very big heavy things, and maybe even a few sailboats that have a bit of a motor in them, designed to be sailboats, but if you want to bring the sails down and go straight into the wind, you can sort of putt along, putt, that are armed up as anti-submarine vessels that may be carrying just literally like 2 depth charges and a machine gun on them, and some sort of radio, to like, hey, I've spotted a submarine out here, radioing whatever developing centralized, command network that then, could vector in real surface or air assets to go after the submarine. I'm going to go get myself a Coke. I'll be back so I can continue talking. So these auxiliary boats, I think generally they were sort of categorized as, where did I put, as submarine chasers. So they can be, something like in the Soviets, obviously they're not going to have a lot of commercial, privately owned, small yachts or whatever. And these aren't like, I'm not talking like big millionaire yachts. I'm just talking, boating enthusiast type boats. But they'd have fishing vessels, fishing boats of whatever, or very small fishing ships or something that they could easily just put on a few depth charges. And don't even necessarily have anything like sonar on board. But maybe, they did. So don't necessarily think those 77 submarine chasers are necessarily anything big or thing. Bunch of other stuff. Okay, so it was dispersed to the Pacific, Baltic, Black Sea, and Arctic seas. Yes. Oh, absolutely, Arno. Yeah, it's all around there. I guess HOI III, but that is similar to HOI IV, but less cartoony. Yeah, I get you, Robert, but and they've now come out, and I actually had to roll back to continue my playthrough on this. They now actually have somewhere, on map command HQs, not just our stuff down here. I don't know if it's moddable to get in all the core, division, core, army and army group and whatnot, and then to theater commands on map. Look, these big guys standing around, I get you, they're cartoony as opposed to the traditional counters. I mean, they do a lot with our insistence. They got to these counters. I don't think they'll ever go anywhere else. This is now more realistic than HOI III. It is now, because we can build this. We now have not just this, but we have experimental facilities that we can use to, build, or, do this kind of stuff. Graphic-wise, yeah, it's more cartoon, less the old, tabletop hex map type, War and Flames type visual graphics, but this is now, not at release, but now is better. I'm not saying that some good modding wouldn't make it even better. It depends on, and I have not, because I got burnt out on HOI IV mods a couple of years ago, so I'm relearning this version of HOI IV. I still have the dream of getting Black Ice running with all of the old mods that I used to have, and including my old mod, working with it and playing 2 big playthroughs through it. One, a big German, campaign through again, and another one would be a big multiplayer campaign with a bunch of people. I don't know how well that would work across the internet, because I've tried to play it briefly with a friend, and just I think it was more computer speed issues than internet connection speed issues, so I really don't know how well that would work. But and in some ways that game is so much more rich in detail. But now that we have a lot of this stuff that can be modded, you know, the Reich Commissariat type stuff that you could get, because I'm playing an entirely unmodded game here, and now I can come in here and do different SS recruitments around that just in this base game. And I really think, you know, and with all of this, you know, dockyards versus military factories versus civilian factories, so no longer just ICs, radars, anti-aircraft guns. Now, some of the things I think would be much better. I still think if I had unlimited would be overstating it. If I had a lot, and I'm not going to do this myself, I would lovely direct a team to do this, but I would mod the game to make every single province down here a state, because we do have in the game one state provinces, or one province states, or however you're supposed to say that, down here, like in Gibraltar, meaning that's just it. So I would turn every single state, every single province into its own state, and then just some states would have no free slots for you know, factories. And why would you put a permanent fixtured anti-aircraft gun into, you know, a forest? You could, I guess, if you want to somehow, for some reason, need to protect this bit of railway or some shit. But, you know, it would just sort of, I would move this all down to state by state. Or I mean, province and state would be indistinguishable, and you could do that. I would just, that would be one thing I would do to make this more realistic. But now, also, if you look at the supply issues, we don't have supply as a produced item. I still don't like the idea that training and movement of units cost equipment. It does. Let's keep going. Let's see. I think we're going to head that way with these guys. It does cost equipment. Now, in combat, we definitely have attrition. You know, Pack 40s get knocked out in combat. Artillery, and that, because yeah, I've been involved. I don't want to try to make it out it was just me and the developer or developers, but been involved in a fairly small group discussions with some of these, you know, some very much in the, you know, the public forums during development. Their idea originally was, well, when you build this gun here, you also build its lifetime supply of ammo. That's ridiculous. I mean, it just is. I get how they wanted to see it, but there were times during World War I, the Russians were doing a big offensive, I think, and, you know, they had a huge number, well, a largest number of artillery pieces ready to go for the offensive, and they literally had 5 rounds per artillery piece. So once they shot their 5 rounds of their field howitzers, I'm not talking like, you know, 75 millimeter, 105, that sort of range field howitzers, they were out. those guys either should, you know, they didn't have enough rifles, but could just go home in essence, you know. And so it's like you're done, and that equaling building a supply. So you could try to, you know, but now at least we have, as we can see here, better supply effects. And so if we want to ignore supply factories, I think you could do it, and you may need to change some of the mechanic here as not, you know, not wearing these out in training or movement, you know, only lost to combat. And obviously you go through, you know, small arms, you know, used up in combat. Trucks, their whole idea is, yeah, you drive the trucks enough, you're going to have to replace enough of parts that it just sort of equals, you know, sure, you may not be replacing the frame and the bed, you know, the flatbed and the cab, but enough of the critical, you know, transmissions and engine parts that it sort of equals using up a few trucks. Yeah, sort of, kind of, vaguely, yeah, they're not entirely wrong. But I would just sort of go, let's just figure this out without having to worry about producing spare parts for anything. And now with supply depots and railroads, that you can be fighting a front out on the Urals, and just make sure that you've got rail links up to the right levels, and you've got supply depots around. And you can even come in here, you know, I don't know how much you've been playing this. If you're looking for realistic, this one is currently using truck supply. This one here is still just using horses, you know, as a primary, you know, from the railhead. So, and when I move far enough forward, I'm going to untruck this one and, you know, truck up some others. Speaking of that, let's come here and let's just do that here. So that's sort of why I have a fairly large pool of extra trucks. Well, these are extra, but over what my divisions need. So, yes. And hello! I don't know. Joe Get Toby Karsten? Is that how you pronounce it, or is it supposed to be a soft J? So yeah, yeah, and Black Ice. Yeah, Black Ice is wonderful. And hello, Lena. No, this is not multiplayer. This is just me playing. Motorized supply in your divisions. Yes, so yes, and we do have that when we're you know, around here. So here we're coming up. Now we do have, we're still battling for this, and we've just now taken this. So we're connecting up through to places for supply here. So this is so much more sophisticated than anything in Hearts of Iron 3 or the earlier version of Hearts of Iron 4, in that you have to secure rail links and supply depots, and you can build supply depots. So this is better than I think any other game for realistic grand strategy that isn't too railroaded into, you know, some sort of historical thing, kind of thing. Let's see. Hey, Niagara, just catching up with the chat supply. And Colonel Sledge, yes, hello. Dutovlich is here as well. Catching up with all the chat here. All they need to do is have supply as a secondary on-part output of factories. Yes, you could have something like that. Just need factories to have supply as a secondary, so we can have supply again. Yes, you could do that. That would not be a mistake to do that. And supply can be a catch-all. I can understand, even though it was critical in the war, I can understand how they're sensitive about food. Let me see what this is. Getting a phone call. Nope. That's a BS phone call. So, not going to deal with that. There are major decisions over food. Okay. Some of the issues, part of it is, if all you have is a hammer, all problems look like nails. Okay. Prior to and into the war, Germany is trying to expand without taking new territory. I want to clarify that. Is trying to expand its food production. There are different schemes going on. The main one that I know about is, and then I'll talk about a second one that's related to it, is being done through the RAD, the Reich Arbeitsdienst. How close am I getting to that, Niagara? You don't have to try to pronounce it for me, phonetically, but am I close or not? Reich Arbeitsdienst. That's National Labor Service, basically, in English. And it's primarily manned. I mean, there is a woman's RAD, but by men that have aged out, gotten too old from the Hitler Youth, and are sort of doing basically what I guess the English call a gap year, skipping a year. Theirs is like, oh, hey, I've finished out, high school. Well, I'm going to skip a year. I'm going to wait a year to go into university, which is not done in the U.S. in any real amounts and would often harm your chance to get into a university. But we'll skip a year and, go travel around or do a gap year somewhere. They sort of, before going into the army. Or a gap 6 months or whatever it is. Go into into the RAD. And a lot of what the RAD was doing, not all, but a lot of it was trying to put, increase farming land. Drain fields where they're too swampy. Set up irrigation for fields where they're too dry. Cut back forests, or just areas that may have at one time been farmland that had just sort of been let go wild, reclaim that. Doing a lot of that. They were doing other things too. And there were other elements doing this same work. And they were also at particularly like harvest season and whatnot, actually helping with the actual farming that was going on as well. And, the RAD starting, I believe, in Poland. But I know they were doing it in a small extent in the campaign against France. Very much so doing in the early stages and continuing into the Soviet Union, having these labor battalions that, every guy may have a rifle, but they're not they're not even literally troops, they're civilians, technically, even though they're wearing a uniform, carrying a rifle, but they're in no way thought to be a combat troop. That is just sort of like, oops, paratroopers showed up, or oops, an enemy pilot landed and he has a pistol, so we have some rifles, or whatever. And they were sort of at the front lines would maybe be, times would sort of kind of be at the front lines, but they were sort of like right behind the lines with the idea of rebuilding bridges, particularly, but other sorts of rapid infrastructure, situations, for the advance. And then when they were trying to develop later on, various defensive lines. They would use RAD personnel, in construction work too. Now, of course, they were using, Organization Todt and other, and some very dark labor sources too, doing some of this other stuff. So Germany is understanding that it's trying to improve its food services. But part of the problem, part of the reason they don't have enough food is so many of the men are in the army. So in the post 1940 conquest of France, the army's gotten, as well as the Luftwaffe and the Navy and whatnot, but the army's gotten so big in preparations, most people don't know this, including most generals don't know this, is getting ready to attack the Soviet Union. It's gotten so big, it's harming farming production because there's not enough men. Yeah, they're getting women out on the farms and whatnot, and there's other sort of, some more successful, some less successful, of trying to get recently acquired Polish territory, farming and whatnot. Again, because there's more than one scheme to increase farming, not just the RAD. And so they're having a food shortage. And the Soviets are supplying them with food, of course, too. And so they, to alleviate this food shortage, they want to use their army to conquer land to, the Ukraine. Particularly, they're looking at it as a food source for Germany. You could even conquer you could have decided to conquer the Ukraine and actually feed the people there and still have extra food to help feed the Germans. But of course the Germans never get quite as bad as the Soviets had been during the Holodomor, but they were also not terribly good at making sure there was enough food for the Ukrainians who were actually doing the farming. So that's, yeah. And you're looking at all this, and again, to look at one of the other things, Germany, after 1933, after Hitler comes to power, realizes that they are preparing for war. One of the big institutions at that time, I don't know if it's the biggest, it might be, it's in the running, is the SA, the Sturmabteilung, the SA. Well, they're doing a lot of things, okay? They're not just parading around and beating up Jews. Now, they're doing that too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're nice guys. They're marching around, nice parades and that kind of stuff. And they're also in their spare time beating up on Jews. Killing a few too, Not, there's, I think, just a few hundred killed on Kristallnacht, which is mainly an SA thing. The millions killed come later. That belongs to the SS. They're the ones that were, well, and the police. The police killed lots and lots of Jews too. I mean, as in hundreds of thousands. So one of the things the SA are doing is raising horses. Basically, all of Germany, and we're talking here not the city parts of Germany, but the rural parts of Germany, well, is already divided up into, eventually into GAUs and whatever, for the organizational structures. But within the SA, there's regional SA command headquarters around. All of Germany, except for one part, and I forget which part it is, are all divided up there, and it's the Ritter SA, which means rider. Sort of, we would sort of maybe translate that as cavalry SA. And so there are SA units that are horse mounted. Now, you may think that these guys are setting up on horses to ride around and club down Jews. I don't think they ever do that. There's not that many Jews out in the forests, at least not at this time. They're mostly in the cities, so you don't need horses to beat up on Jews. And sure, they like riding horses and jumping fences and all that kind of stuff, and they do that kind of stuff, and they have rallies and competitions and horse races and and all that kind of stuff. What it's really doing is a breeding program to breed more horses, because they know horses are going to be likely the major transport that isn't railway, once you get off the trains. And if they do somehow motorize themselves, they never do enough to be mostly motorized. They're still mostly horse drawn stuff. But if they, so the horses are, they would like to be more motorized, but they know they're at least going to need lots and lots of horses. So they're breeding and breeding up horses, developing breeding stock. And I say all areas but one, but there's one area that's specifically signed to the SS, and that's where the SS cavalry and whatever sort of have their home. And they're just managing the breeding programs. Now, not all of the horse breeders are SA members or members of the Ritter SA, but the Ritter SA are overseeing horse breeding for the, if you will, the civilians. Technically, the SA are civilians as well. But they're managing this up. Now, the horses are being put to a fair amount of useful, farm, uses and whatnot. There's still lots of delivery wagons running around cities. They're not all delivery trucks and things. So the horses are being used for a lot of stuff. Anyways, but they're breeding up a lot of horses to be ready for the coming wars. And I say wars because they would prefer not to have a world war. They'd prefer to have a series of wars. And so I look at that as part of this idea that you have to understand, and when you really try to understand the National Socialist state and party, and state and party sort of together, and they merge more and more over time. But it's a very deep subject on various ways of looking at it. And most people look at it, and if we're looking at supplies and wargaming, this stuff, we're just really, most of the stuff, including Hearts of Iron, are just scratching the surface of it. And so the Germans understand all this, and they're looking at all this stuff before it's a serious problem. In most cases. Some cases, no. But most cases, they're looking at it. And so, yeah, food's a critical issue. Food almost starves out Britain. Food, Leningrad and the starving, trying to cut that out. Taking away farmland and food, or the Holodomor down here is also taking away the food from the people. It becomes a very, very dark subject. If you're really going to do and the problem is that not just does it look bad, and trust me, Paradox is very sensitive, especially coming around German issues during World War II. Sensitivity. I would say overly sensitive. And not just, for the German edition, at least originally, didn't have this guy's photo, image in it and whatnot. And still, I don't have to have a swastika here, but it would not deter me from playing the game at all, having a swastika, having a historical thing. Not like, oh boy, I wish I could have one. I know there's mods I could get and have it put in here. But if this was a at least traditional American company, like of the 80s or before, they would put all the historical symbols wherever they may be, and for whatever country they may be. And the problem comes down to, if you're trying to model in food, really isn't the dark aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight. 'Hindsight' aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. It's sort of the hindsight aspects of the food. how do you force a player to play as a historical nation, if you will, with all of its viewpoints, when the player knows you're making fundamental mistakes? But as I believe it was Adam Tooze asked, he's one of the authors who've done deep dives on the German economy, specifically the German economy as it exploited other nations outside of Germany. Yeah, one of the sort of talks that he that was videoed that he gave, and there was a question and answer after it. How would it have been different had the Nazis, blah blah blah, made better decisions for occupied countries and didn't go weren't killing the golden goose? There were two sort of districts in, if I remember correctly, it's been a few years now since I read the book, Hitler's Compromises. Very good book. I believe that's where it was. I read about this. There was the general government down here, I believe, if I'm remembering all this correctly, was separated into two areas that had two different Nazi overlords. Both very Nazi very, very Nazi. This isn't like good guy, bad guy. Very Nazi. One of them went in and was very ideological, basically banning Jews very early on. This is when they're still sort of kind of trying to look a little, nicey nice, from just about everything. And things started to fall apart because, unlike popular perception, the Jews weren't just the bankers. They were, particularly in Poland and in Eastern Europe, they were a lot of the professional class. And this includes things like plumbers and locksmiths and other sort of mid-level technical type, tradesman types. Urbanites, for sure. They weren't the farmers. At least, I'm not saying there wasn't a Jewish farmer here or there, but they weren't the farmers. And they kept the cities running. And not just again, from some sort of management exploitive element, but they were, the sort of technical people. Well, in the one area, he bans the Jews from doing all this stuff and things start falling apart. The other area, oh yeah, he's making them wear the Stars of David and doing all that kind of oppression stuff. But he's keeping all the Jews running the things. And that's running very smoothly. And it's sort of night and day difference, the productivity from those two areas of the general government. Now, looking back on it and trying to win the war game, what is the goal here? Is the goal here to defeat all your enemies? Okay, let's just say your goal is to defeat all the enemies. But what if you don't defeat all your enemies? What if you win all the battles, but lose the war? And you go, what does that mean? Oh, yeah, we've conquered the Soviet Union, we've conquered Britain, we've conquered France, but we're now run by the Jews. See, the Jews are the real enemy, not the Soviets, not the British, not the French. The real enemy is the Jews. As we can see today, who's the real enemy now? Who's running America? It's the Jews. It's always the Jews. The Jews are the real enemy. And I hope you realize, I think that's ridiculous. The Jews are not running anything. I mean, they're running themselves, but they're not running everything. God, no. And it's blame the Jews. All the world's problems are the Jews. The Japanese hear this, that the Jews are the secret masters of the world, and the Japanese go, oh my fucking God, the Jews are running the world. How can we befriend the Jews? And they actually try to befriend the Jews because they hear the Jews are these great people that are running the world, and this sort of goes against Nazism, but they actually try to figure out how to get these secret Jews that are running the world, how to get them to help Japan. And this is during World War II and leading up to it. They have a pro-Jewish viewpoint. Jews are allowed, and there is, I forget the one sort of righteous man that Israel puts out. There was a not really part of this, but there was one Jewish diplomat that, not Jewish, one Japanese diplomat that signs huge amounts of papers for Jews to be able to get out. A Japanese Wallenstein, if you will, and I'm forgetting his name. I should have that memorized, but no, they when a lot of people are expelling, including the Soviets and whatnot, the Japanese are actively encouraging Jews to come and settle in places like Manchukuo and whatnot, in Korea and everything else. So they want to get involved with these secret world leaders because they're going to help Japan so much. So yeah. So yeah, what is, do you, put 100,000 men away from the front fighting the real battle with the Jews, or do you put those 100,000 men at the front fighting the Soviets? And so that's sort of what you get with the food. Do you put food into the game that and in a way you're sort of doing it with supplies, supply effects for the soldiers, but do you put food in the game and depopulate Ukraine with the Holodomor to supply the Soviet Union with Moscow area and the other sort of factory areas with enough food because of the inefficiency of communism, and they've shot, killed, imprisoned, into the gulag system, all the effective farmers, because they were the middle management, if you will. No, we're not talking about the elites. We're just talking about middle management of the heavily agrarian Russian Empire. Get rid of everyone who knows how to do anything, except for the few that quickly jump on board the Bolshevik bandwagon. The rest are all sacrificed, so everything starts falling apart. Do you simulate that? And Japan really doesn't have that big a problem with food in Japan. It has some. It's definitely importing lots of food from Manchukuo. It's, I don't think, ever really getting to a starvation. It's more of a and I'm not saying there wasn't starving situations, because hell, railways were being blown up, ships being sunk. Yeah, but it isn't critical, I don't think. At least in all my studies. Now, it's more of a bottlenecks on certain food supplies and food things, not just do we have enough rice to eat, but so just manufactured supply, I think, would be good enough to do if you really, really wanted to do a World War II simulator in depth. You would have food. But yeah, okay, let me get to the chat, finish this chat up, and then we'll get back to conquering the Soviet Union. Okay. Yes, that's where we were. Okay, well, I'm back at my plate. Niagara saying, with my girlfriend, we had some Asian food for dinner, and now we do enjoy the Saturday. Well, very good. Yes. Very good. Okay, that was my accent, I believe. The storm attachment, yes. And hello, normal person. No, not a normal person. See, I got you. When you don't space it out, I got to figure out what. Not a normal person. Well, hello. Well, I'm not normal either. The SA was the militia of the party used for beating up political enemies. That was definitely one of their rules. Another rule starting definitely after 33. Well, okay, before 33 even, they are also part of, at one degree or another, at one time or another, part of the overall defense militia of Germany if Germany's attacked. That is part of Germany's, before even Hitler's in power, part of Germany's plan is to have all these various right-wing militias be part of national defense. If the Czechs or the Poles decide to attack, they would be, those different, political militias would be mobilized to, defense role. There is basically one party political badge that is commonly allowed to, or not allowed, but added to all of the military uniforms. That includes Luftwaffe and the Navy, is the SA sports badge. You do not need to be a member of the SA to get the sports badge. It is a badge that you've been able to it's a sports qualification badge. You can run so far, in a certain amount of time, or you can just run so far, run for, jog for a certain distance, or, and some of the sport is throwing a hand grenade. It's sort of a militarized sports training thing. The SA, and you get that if you get that qualification, and it's in 3 grades, I believe, you wear that on your military uniform. Even though, and you can get that, again, you do not need to be, the SA administers the testing to achieve the badge, the achievement badge. But you do not need to be a member of the SA. I don't even think you need to be a member of the party to go through the, get the sports badge and just compete and get, not compete to win, it's just compete to see if you meet the qualification. And, one of the things is like a route march in a certain amount of time, like a 50-mile march or whatever it is, or 20 miles or whatever it is, and however many days, camping out and whatever. You do these things and you earn the badge. The SA is also, as part of this whole thing is set up, is training people to be soldiers. It's part of the training program, because this starts in the early stages for the training in 33, but it ramps up before Germany is openly, blatantly violating the Versailles Treaty. And so there's not enough army trainers to train up a bunch of these people that are going to be drafted into the army eventually and whatnot. So it's all going on. And to totally estimate have around 500K per month starved to death in Southeast Asia areas still under Japanese control. Okay, yes. Japanese control is different than Japan. I was thinking of Japan as opposed to particularly China. It's where I think a lot of that starvation is going. War is an ugly thing. I was discussing I am not someone who I would say is pro-war. I love studying war, but that doesn't mean I want wars to be breaking out. But I'm not anti-war either. I think the pacifist, the person who protests war as a fact, I think they're evil. Because I look at that as somebody going, oh, hey, you're here to rape my wife and kill her? Oh, well, okay, have fun with that. I'm going to watch TV. I'm not going to defend her, I'm not going to call the police because the police might come and do a violent thing to you to stop rape and murdering my wife. That's how I look at a pacifist, okay? Is someone not willing to defend themselves, their society, goodness, whatever it may be. Now, and then this came up in the discussion, well, what about all the people, and we were talking, well, the Vietnam War. Well, I'm 100% for American involvement in the Vietnam War. Well, why? Well, because we were facing international communism, who had the ideological concept that they must export that revolution to take over the full world. Okay, it wasn't like modern day Russia, which is just trying to rebuild an empire of some sort, not necessarily the Tsarist empire or the communist empire, but an empire. You know, I don't know if Putin really thinks he's going to like retake Finland anytime, or if that's really on the calculation. Not that he wouldn't mind it, but Putin really isn't going to like trying to take Paris. Okay, that's clear. Putin has no concept of even 10 generations from now Russia occupying Paris. But the Bolsheviks, the communists of Russia, the Stalinists, the Leninists, the onward, they do. Now they don't see that so much as a communist or as a Russian takeover, but as a communist takeover. So I'm 100% for the American involvement in the Vietnam War. Now we can discuss what are the effective strategies and tactics, and did they do it well or whatever, because the U.S. did not lose the Vietnam War. The U.S. got some sort of settlement. The war sort of kind of settled down. We withdrew. Then about 2 years later, North Vietnam attacks, and the U.S. does not continue to support materially, because they made, I don't know if it's quite a treaty level, but a promise that any munitions expended, we will be supplying as rapidly as possible replacement munitions. So if you do a bunch of bombing strikes with the South Vietnamese Air Force, we'll be flying in replacement bombs. We didn't. That starts collapsing because Vietnam doesn't have an unlimited supply of munitions, and it doesn't have the money to buy an unlimited supply. It needs to be supplied. The U.S. doesn't, and so South Vietnam collapses. Could South Vietnam have fought off the massive assault from North Vietnam? I don't know. I don't know it well enough. But at some point, because they realize the U.S. is not supporting them, the South Vietnamese army's morale just collapses. There's just no point in fighting. If they can make it to a U.S. ship offshore, you can see some of the stuff, including one spectacular pilot who flies in one of those big Chinook helicopters, the twin rotor, big Chinook helicopters off of a destroyer, and he brings that helicopter in. I think it's a destroyer, but it's not like a big carrier. He brings that helicopter in with the rear of it hovering over the destroyer, and the destroyer captain's just having a complete fit, supposedly, because here's this big helicopter coming in to crash into his destroyer, and they don't. That pilot comes in, hovers over the back. All of the people, I don't know, 60, 80 people come off of that helicopter. He flies that helicopter off, gets it over the ocean, far enough away, and starts to put the helicopter to roll into one direction, and gets the momentum of the helicopter going in, to the right or to the left, doesn't matter, but to one direction. And you see, because they're filming this stuff, so I know this is true. And you see him, with the helicopter already violently going in one direction. He's leaping out in the opposite direction, so he isn't getting hit by the rotors as it crashes into the ocean. He's leaping into the other ocean, and the destroyer rushes a rescue Zodiac or whatever out to go pick him up. So some miraculous flying. So the Vietnamese had competence. This wasn't a bunch of Afghani sort of kind of can keep a helicopter from crash. So Afghanis can fly helicopters, but this was brilliant helicopter stuff. The stuff that's super high end now. Special forces helicopter kind of flying. He was doing and his family was on board along with a bunch of other people, obviously, on board that Chinook that he gets off the coast of South Vietnam to get the people out. And the only way you were going to stop him was to shoot his helicopter down, and he was getting his people out. So everything is collapsing and to the point that they're flying out helicopters that they out where they've been, because they're radioing each other, where they've been told there's American ships out there far enough out that they can't fly back. They don't have enough fuel. They're flying out there hoping to find these ships. So that, they're very brave people. They would have fought, and all these guys that I'm describing would have fought if they thought that they were supported enough to fight. Not necessarily that they got to win, but once they realize that it doesn't matter how well we fight, we don't have enough ammunition. North Vietnam is continually being supported by communist China and the Soviet Union. That even if we do for the moment fight them to a standstill, they're just going to start the offensive again in another month or two. It doesn't matter if the U.S. isn't going to back us anymore. The war's lost. Do what you can to survive it. So I am, anybody who wants to go, oh, well, Ukraine shouldn't be fighting in the war. It takes two to fight if you just give in to Russia. No, war is just a fact. War is a thing. It's an ugly thing. It is part of humanity. And hello, Elizabeth. So the only way we can not have wars is to have a bunch of wars. Oh, and so, we were talking, well, why didn't we, go in and fight with all the people Mao were killing? Probably had the U.S. gone in to try to, if it realized early enough on that what they were going to do, what Mao was going to do, go in and fight, there probably would have been more dead, because there would have been Chinese nationalism and other reasons behind Mao Zedong's forces, more dead because of that war. And of course we don't know, at the start of Mao's, great leap forward and Mao's Cultural Revolution, just how many people were going to die in the end. We didn't have that calculus. But there very well could have been more dead, and of course more American dead, because there was basically none in that conflict, because we weren't there. More dead trying to stop that. So I'm not for one of these people that, oh, there's a war, America or the world always must get into it. But to be anti-war as a reflection, to say war is bad, we shouldn't participate. That doesn't mean that we should be like at the beginning of World War I. Oh, goody, we get to have our war. Let's go have some battles. Because they're sort of looking at it, I know the 19th century existed for them, obviously. But they're still sort of looking at it in the 18th century style of a bunch of armies maneuvering around, you shoot at each other, maximum 20% may die. So, you've got an 8 in 10 chance of not dying. And, you get to have I'm not going to say whatever I've done, but one of the authors said, and a person who had, I forget who it was, but who had been in the army, there's nothing more, I don't know if did he say exhilarating or exciting or something like that, to be shot at and survive, or not be hit, or whatever exactly he said. So that threat of danger, at least to a male, is exhilarating. Is something primal. It's it's going back to our hunting woolly mammoths or something. It's yay, we brought down that woolly mammoth just with our spears. There's something in us, and it's could be animalistic if you want to call it that, but there's something in us that allowed our species to get to where it is. And that threat of death, that's why people climb mountains. Going to the top of Everest, and there's a lot of dead bodies sitting up on Everest. If I were Nepal or whatever, I would stop issuing permits to go up unless somebody was bringing down the bodies. Okay, I'll issue 10 permits to go to the top, and tell some company or whoever that's managing, because there's obviously travel companies or whatever, unless you bring down, if you bring down one body, just to get the bodies off the top of Everest. Part of it is the danger. It's not just, oh, the bucket list. I was up here and I looked around and it was pretty. No, if it was if you're just looking for, I did something difficult, there's plenty of other mountains and even harder ones to climb, but plenty of mountains to go, to hike up and down if that's all you're trying to do. It's the danger of it. It's it's why people parachute. It just is, part of the reason you race cars is the danger. Not that you want to get in an accident, not that you want anybody to die at all. You just want to race it, and that's why racing a car is more thrilling than doing a driving simulation game, that no one gets hurt at, because we're all just sitting behind our computers with an actual simulator set up. No, it's doing that. So there is something in humanity that's doing this. Indochina had huge famines due to Japan. Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, Elizabeth, in saying that. Did India have huge famines due to Britain or Churchill, like he's being blamed? Or was it just due to the war? To me, for me to blame Japan, and I'm not saying they didn't do this, I just don't know. And this is, and Japan does some very horrific things. I'm not a Japan apologist that they did nothing wrong. No, they did many wrong things. For me to blame Japan, I have to see some sort of deliberate policies that are known, or that it's readily known that their effects would cause a famine. The famine in Bengal, part of it is made worse by men's decisions. Part of it is just weather. It's bad harvest seasons. I don't know whether that meant too much rain, not enough rain, whatever it was. Part of it was just failed harvests. Part of it was Britain encouraging, I don't know if it's demanding, but definitely encouraging more cash crops than food crops. Now that wouldn't have been too big of a problem. One, if there wasn't the famine. Two, if it was peacetime, and whether via ships and or via railroads, food from other parts of the world could easily, and they could not have been, oh, but there were ships going between Australia and Britain carrying food that could have been diverted. Yeah, but they didn't quite know to divert it, and they were still fighting a war that these ships were sort of needed to fight the war. So I don't know how much of that in Indochina is, like the Holodomor or various Nazi programs that intentionally steal food from people to the point of starvation, as opposed to just bad situation during the war. And obviously Japan is the most responsible player for the war in the Pacific or war in Asia. Not the only one. We could discuss that. And I'm not blaming Britain or America. I'm looking sort of a bit more at China and the Soviet Union. China could have easily, if they wanted peace, pieced out at some point. Not, very early on and with just limited losses. But, that's sort of that. Okay. Japan was just starting on starvation. It would have really been bad just a few months. Yeah. Now you see, Japan was getting worse, and now we're talking about 45 that we're talking about. Japan was and is still highly dependent upon seafood. A nation cannot supply itself with seafood from fishing rods, you know, off of the end of a pier. That's just not capable. They need fishing boats, fishing ships. The U.S., particularly with their submarines, but also with aircraft and whatnot, are sinking late 44 into 45 a lot of the Japanese fishing fleets. Mostly if the fishing boats have, you know, small dinghies, small, you know, rowboats, they're able to get onto the rowboat and get themselves ashore. But their fishing boats are being sunk. That is going to put a big dent in their food. The U.S. is also and U.S. is also destroying a lot of their coasting trade. They, to this day, still move a lot of stuff around Japan, because Japan is actually pretty damn big. I know we can look up here, but let's forget about that. Let's just look in, you know. And I'm purposely not looking at, and we don't really need the top, but it's really just part of not looking at Korea at the moment. Just looking at this. This is still pretty damn big, because this is about same latitude or whatever. This is like this big. You know, this is huge. Okay. Now, it's mostly on the east coast of Japan is where most of the habitable regions are. Mostly. I mean, obviously there's a little bit down here, but it's mostly through here. And a lot of this land really isn't useful for the types of farming Japan is set up to do. I'm sure that there is a bunch of land that could have been better put into farming, but they just don't, because either they can import their food from other parts of their empire. You definitely see some terracing, and I don't mean terraces to get perfectly flat areas in, you know, just sort of things that are slightly different elevations around. I'm talking terracing, you know, really sides of hills, sides of mountains. They definitely do that in some places, but at least my impression is some areas of China are more heavily terraced than Japan. Japan just really, to my knowledge, again, it could just be a lack of knowledge, doesn't do a large program of trying to expand its farming. And, of course, it's more and more moving more and more of its men away from farming, either into the military, the Navy, the Army, or into, you know, military production. So that's affecting things. And so, yeah, it is starting to, by 45, you know, mid 45, starting to become bad. And that's because the U.S. is cutting it off. But it's also not just cutting it off from supplies from the mainland or some other place, but is getting in and around and cutting off a lot of its transportation. Because right now, if people don't understand this, we can easily feed all the... We grow enough food to easily feed all the people on the planet. There is no food shortage on this planet. What there is a delivery problem of food on this planet. That's the problem. Whether it's infrastructure or political boundaries, you know, North Korea or whatever, you know. That is why there's food shortages, not because we can't grow enough food. So I'm not doubting that, you know, places like, you know, the more urbanized areas of Japan are getting food shortages late in the war. I think a lot of it's to do is getting it there. You know, as opposed to, do we have enough food in Japan, or could we have enough food? I do believe is a situation. let me see what. Okay. They forced farmers to destroy their own rice paddies, less of indirect famine caused elsewhere. The cruelty was well documented by complacent Vichy garrisons and locals. Well, the Vichy garrisons, I wouldn't call them complacent. They were in an untenable position at that point. So they, you know, part of the issue where Japan's basically cut off their troops just to feed off the locals since they couldn't supply them. Yes, and that is particularly down in places like the Philippines, probably like wherever else, you know, down in, you know, Dutch East Indies and Malaya and whatnot. Yeah, there's that kind of stuff going on too. And Japan does put down troops into regions that are not very productive in food because of strategic resources like down here. And so they have some largish garrisons that once shipping is lost, you know, they can't ship there anymore. They're armed. The local people don't have arms. Who gets the food? And that type of thing because they're cut off. And that I would put, I would say, to a point, Americans in that same situation would due to an occupied population, not to their own population, but due to an occupied population. That's at sort of survival level, you know, is like, oh shit, we haven't gotten food. One of my teachers, he was a PT boat squadron commander in World War II. And, you know, talking about him, and I said something, well, the Japanese weren't surrendering, you know, they were fighting to the death. And he goes, oh no, I captured hundreds of them in a single day. What he was doing is he was taking his PT boats, towing barges, showing up at some of these islands in various places, I don't know specifically where, showing up there, and the Japanese were just lining up, you know, in nice neat rows and quickly being inspected to make sure they didn't have any weapons, and were allowed onto the barges, not onto the PT boats, but onto the barges, and being towed somewhere into captivity. And they were, doing overflights, I believe. He didn't say this, but I believe dropping leaflets or whatever. And then, you know, coming in and having somebody that spoke some Japanese come in and negotiate with them to, see ya, Niagara, have a good evening. You know, so that everybody knew what was inspected. And whole garrisons were just surrendering en masse because of starvation to the Americans, and the Americans were promising food once they got them to wherever. So yeah, there were, and these were, some of these I believe were smaller Pacific islands that may or may not have been inhabited, or just coastal garrisons, in otherwise jungly areas. So yeah, and I don't know how many times he did this, but it was 2 or 3 at least that he was showing up to these garrisons that were just surrendering en masse. And this, I'm pretty sure, was, this wasn't like a 1945 type scenario. I believe this was, 44 or something, that Japan just couldn't feed some of these garrisons and they were surrendering en masse. So yeah, at some point it's more about survival of immediate people I don't blame people fighting for their survival at that point. It's ugly. War's ugly, but I think 45 rice crop failed as well in Japan. Now that also could be a situation too. Like I would say, Bengal, from what I understand, the Bengal famine wouldn't have happened or didn't happen in other years with the same basic conditions going. It was, a natural situation that was exacerbated by both the war and decisions based on it, as well as cash crops. I don't know whether that means, I forget, and it may mean all of these: cotton, tea, opium, what, you know, things that people aren't going to eat that were grown in this area. And had with the failure levels that it had happened, had they all been doing, you know, food crops, it wouldn't have been as bad, if you know what I mean. You know, a cash crop that only, you know, part of it grows, well, you can't eat it. You can't eat cotton. You know, it doesn't nourish you. You know, it's not edible. I'm not saying it would poison you, but it's not something that you would, you know, help you out in eating it. Okay, you joined that fight. You guys come this way. Yeah, you keep going. Sometimes I reinforce failure just so that these 5 divisions are stuck here, and that will allow me, you know, hopefully keep them from coming and reinforcing where I am actually attacking to achieve a good positive result. Okay, so we're pushing in here. Let's send you north. They're filling in there. I'll ask Hungary for a expeditionary force once they lose the, you know, front line with the Soviets. To make them useful as the war goes on. Let's move into 2 more mobile divisions down here. Okay, so we are here. They're attacking and defending. Let's add that. Let's have you come forward. Let's have the armor and the motorized and the other good infantry division attack there. Reinforce them. You guys push there. Same with you. You guys cross the river down to there. You guys keep moving up to the front. Okay. This is too weak. We don't want to get cut off, so we will hold here. I'm actually going to move you there to be a little more safe in our defense, hopefully. Let's attack from 2 flanks there and here. Push into Brest-Litovsk. Since we're down to just 2 divisions here, let's push into there as well. Let's re-engage here. Okay, well, 24 on trade, I understand, because obviously I'm putting a lot. Well, not as much as, oh, well, that's, no, it's, okay, I'm doing a lot with, oh, pause. Why so much for civilian? Factories, economy of conquest, factories multiply. I don't know. If you're on 4-year plan, you have to seize gold reserves and exploit Reichskommissariats. Yeah. Well, right now with the Reichskommissariats, we don't have too much territory other than, well, yeah. I think that probably is the best plan to do. Okay, so in others, compliance is down, but Nederland, Bohemian Reich Protectorate. So this is a controversial one for me. Bohemia, Moravia. I'll call them that. Bohemia, Moravia. We can look here at the, what is it, resistance map here. These areas, historically, they massively supply the German military. They very heavily cooperate with German production. I know there's talk about, and the Czechs sort of kind of design sabotage, the Hetzer, etc., etc. I don't really, and maybe it just hasn't been explained to me enough. I think that's more cope than reality. The last major field artillery system upgrade is designed by the Czechs. Now, it's never really put into service because it's sort of like late 44, and it'd take a lot of change to whatever manufacturing techniques. And it's an artillery piece. You think of a World War II artillery piece, with the tube, the gun tube, the sort of central housing for, the recoil system, the two trails that come off the back of it, and the wheels that are next to it, right? So every time you shoot that gun, a lot of the recoil is absorbed through the tires, into the ground. Well, the Czech one mirrors what later developed by the Soviets, and then the U.S. only very late comes up. They design an artillery piece that has 4 legs that when you deploy it, the road wheels come off the ground. So it's a much flatter, going to better, recoil and stay in the same place to keep shooting at the same target. Still, vary enough the beaten pattern, so it's not like every round is impacting the exact same crater, but it's going to be more accurate in its fire plan. Germans never really put this into production again because, hey, the chaos of the war, and in some way I do think this takes a bit long, especially, and I know some of the U.S. system, how quickly I think it's like 30 days and we have the Jeep in production from design to actually getting it produced. Now that's just in the small Willys factory. And it's later, what is it, Ford or whoever is producing, the massive amounts of them. And so I'm definitely not saying that, a certain amount of time it takes to, but the time that it's taking these guys to get this stuff going, the factory. Now maybe America is special, but then I look at the Sten gun and how quickly these things get ramped up. So I think some of this is a bit slow. Some of this is probably appropriate that it takes to get things worked up, but it varies. And it can vary from national, organization to national organization. And I'm hearing thunder. So yeah, so I look and I see the Czechs very much cooperating. Now Tatra, whatever, the truck producer, car producer also, was located here in the Sudetenland. And so I don't know how German this really was. Now, they have a modern website that talks about their history, including during the Third Reich period, but they're very sort of neutral and just sort of like this, and they actually design a really great truck with a really great suspension. Now, they're only produced in the hundreds, in just a few hundred. Compared to the war, that's just a minor blip. But they're really good. So if you could equip your division with them, they're gonna, and I don't know, spare parts issues, but they're very good quality, very good design, and they're designed, and it's a whole new sort of suspension that are designed during the war, during occupation period. And I don't know if they should have, and probably this area should have more than one factory here. But, it depends on how we're calculating these things. But also I know it's somewhere between play balance and how good their info is. But, so I don't know how much of that factory is manned, how much of their design bureau is also, German versus Czech, because this area is a mixed area. Enough that it's the Sudetenland, but maybe not as much as up here where it's like 70-80% German. I think this is German majority, but I don't know who's really running or owning the company. It just isn't clear to me, their ethnic makeup and what their actual sort of allegiance was. So I really look at the Bohemian Moravia, because Skoda is here and some of the other companies. They all go back to the Austrian Empire. So in one way or another, however you want to look at it, they're used to having German overlords. And at least under Constantine van Roth, who stays in charge during the whole period basically, but his deputy sort of actually default takes over, and his deputy, who he didn't pick, of course, was Reinhard Heydrich. And he was sent down because Constantine was thought to being too... And now we're getting pouring rain. Yay. Good, and I do mean that. I was looking forward to the rain. Raining up in my desert mountain base. So, that could go back to German counterproductiveness. But this area I don't see enough difference. The one area that I would say is different than the rest of Germany for this to be meaningful is this number for manpower. That's the only thing. Everything else I see pretty smoothly. I know there's some strikes and there's some other stuff going on, but I see it pretty smoothly with compliance and integration in the German war economy. So to me, no, not that you couldn't do this, and technically, and not all these are equal. Yeah, it's really coming down right now, I'm hearing. So I don't know what I want to do. I've read before that Heydrich was quite competent governor of Bohemian Moravia, especially in industry, and I think the game has Blauschwitz run it, though. Well, it was Konstantin von Neurath, I believe, was the German head. His deputy becomes, at some point, I don't remember the exact year, could be 41, could be, I think it's maybe more 42, but becomes, Reinhard Heydrich, who still maintains head of the Reichsamt SS, whatever, his other office. So he's doing sort of two jobs, splitting his time between Berlin and Prague or whatever, going back and forth. And Czechs, after occupation, Czechs were asked, "Who are you?" And basically, if you could utter a few words in German and you wanted to declare yourself German, you were German. Now, this wouldn't get you into the SS or something with all their purity tests, but you were German if you wanted to be German. That had a lot of upsides, but it also had some downsides too. Your Czech neighbors might think you a traitor. So if you really did view yourself as German, and there were, I think, tens of thousands of Germans living in Prague that, left over from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, nowhere near a majority, I think like a 10-20% minority, they were probably all declaring themselves, yes, I'm a German, because it's obvious. They may also have spoke Czech, but they were Germans, ethnically, culturally, whatever. The Germans were not terribly concerned about the genetic makeup of the Czechs. They were more worried about their cultural makeup, as far as I can detect. They weren't trying to purify them, some sort of racially basis. That, again, this is what I can detect and I remember reading. And I'm talking about this from the organized. There's always some nut job out there, guy on the far whatever extreme that may have published something. So don't throw up some obscure person said something or wrote something. Bullshit. I'm talking about the people in charge, actually running the thing. But if you said you were a German and you were a male, or female too, but for their things, you are now part of, being drafted and whatnot, and expected to be part of the German, recruitable population for the war. Obviously, if you're an old dude or an old woman, or you're a 5-year-old, that ain't going to matter. You're only probably going to see the benefits during the war. Now, most of the Germans get kicked out of Czechoslovakia, including basically all of the Sudetens. There's an ethnic purge after the war. You all got to go. There's no good ones and bad ones. You just all go. All go. And you don't get compensated for your farm, your house, your whatever. You just go. If you did nothing wrong, you go. And at this point, that isn't really the communists. That's just the Czechs that are doing it. I don't blame the Soviet Union. I blame the Czechs for it. Now, I understand why the Czechs did it. The Germans behaved very badly. And the Germans in these regions did not want to be Germans. And Czechoslovakia, from a defense perspective, really liked the idea of mountains protecting it. war can be ugly, people. So this, to me, I would give them German cores. And just, oh well, they get extra manpower. That's how I would do it. I would just make this part of Germany. But, okay, so what we will do, and I'm going to make a save here just in case if I really, really want to go back, but we're going to do this as a learning experience here. So, let's come here. Let's just start up here. Let's take Dutch gold reserves and Belgian gold reserves. Okay. Now we're going to start with this. And now look at, see what we've got, all those factories now. And we have some very high levels of resistance here. So let's come down here and establish Nederland. Okay, leadership of Nederlanden. Now that we have established a new civilian administration in the Netherlands, we must decide not only on the purpose of our new subjects, but also on who will lead the people in the region. Ensure that our policies are properly implemented. Should we place a German politician in the position of Reichskommissar, or should we utilize local collaborationists? Okay, so, yes, Anton Masseret. He was the local fascist. I've read about him, I forget. It's been a long time, and all my books, virtually all my books, literally virtually all my books are in storage right now, and I can't even go pop them off the shelf. I've just been delaying moving to my final mountain base. I'm fully up in the mountain base now, no longer splitting my time with California at all, and that's entirely, I have no home in California, no registration, no, anything. I'm entirely here in Arizona. I mean, that's as close as you're getting right now. Someday you may get to know more, but okay. So send Seyss Inquart out there to run it. And I think he does sort of get sent out there too, but who are we putting in charge here? So, becomes leader of the Fascist Party, Commissariat, Manpower, and Encore. Resource efficiency gain. Okay. Or Anton, who is in charge of the local collaborationists. Compliance, growth, speed. There we are. Compliance, autonomy gain. Okay, where is the compliance, growth, speed now? Political power gain, resistance. I think we'll do Anton here. Okay, so we do this. And Belgian, Nederland, which includes a little bit of France, has territory, or Belgian, or Nord Frankreich. Let's do this. Okay, and they need an official, same thing, I think. Okay. Leon de Grelle. Interesting character. One of the survivors of the war. I know he has something of a sort of, well, continuing whenever, but continuing sort of, apologist type people supporting, but let's look. Okay, research gain efficiency 25, so a little bit better there, but manpower is a little better. Construction speed better. Let's look down. Resistance, target, autonomy gain, overlord trade cost, factory output 10%, factory output 10%. Okay, we'll put Leon in charge. Now, Leon was both trying to run his political party in here, as well as trying to be a soldier on the front lines. We'll see about the general government in a bit. Okay, now that we've got, these are just repairs here from bomb or resistance damage. And see, I'm not used to playing this game, like I say, and I'm relearning it. Compared to what it was before. Well, I think maybe Hanover is actually, I don't know, one of those maybe building. Okay. We'll do that. Get those in production. Okay, fresh infantry division, send them east. Now I've stopped because of manpower. And here's the other thing we should do here is, where is it? Way down here. Okay, so permit SS recruitment in the Netherlands. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let's see, because I've not actually done these before, because these are, again, new. Okay, in the titanic struggle of national survival, we must use every asset and every advantage. The SS believes that there are many in the Netherlands, okay, I'm trying to read this, who would gladly, because when I'm reading something like this, I'm sort of not just reading, but also presuming what they were going to say, you know, as it's going along, or how the sentence structure. So I'm sort of like, my mind's going ahead, so I sometimes say the wrong words. Who would gladly pick up arms and fight by our side against the threat of global Bolshevism. While the Wehrmacht agrees in principle that some recruits of suitable volunteers could be useful, the generals of the OKW, which was running the war in the West, if I remember correctly, that's Oberkommando Wehrmacht, not Oberkommando West or something, very strongly believe that any foreigners, volunteers, should be under military, not SS command. Okay. I don't want to use the word fight, but there are big ongoing struggles for manpower in Germany during the war. Some very bad decisions are made. The Luftwaffe gets to be bloated in its personnel. And it becomes very apparent. It's fine early on because, quite honestly, some of the limiting elements for the German army are the ability to supply it with equipment. You know, you don't need a 2 million man army if you only got 1 million man's worth of equipment. You know, I'm talking, you know, not just rifles, but artillery pieces, trucks, wagons, horses, you know. So having the men in the Luftwaffe isn't necessarily a problem. But once the attrition plus the bigger and bigger fronts and all that going on, that you need more in the army than in the Luftwaffe. Goering realized, you know, I mean, it's going to happen, but Goering comes in with his access to Hitler. Goering, and again, I know some of you know this, and some of you from me and or other sources, and this does sort of explain some of what happens, but before the start of World War II, but near the start of World War II, because things change over time with the Nazi regime. So something might be true in 1934 that is definitely nowhere near true by 1944. And we're just talking structural changes here. But in 1939, Hitler's at the top of the governmental structure. And the deputy Führer is Rudolf Hess. Okay. And then below that is the armed forces. Okay. And the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, the Oberkommando der Heers, and the Oberkommando der Kriegsmarine, and the Oberkommando der Luftwaffe are all sort of, and there's some various craziness going on there, and I'm not going to try to untangle that right now in my mind. But that's the structure. Well, after the fall of France, there's a change, because it's now realized that we're at war, and this war isn't going to be ending soon. This is after the fall of France, and Hitler knows he's planning on the Soviet Union attack, even though that's not a thing that even most generals know about. It's you know, they're definitely like, hey, our sort of pseudo buddy Soviets we got to worry about because they may attack us kind of talk, and worrying about, you know, what kind of war we might have with the Soviet Union. But there's a lot of people within the German hierarchy, both political, military, whatever, may sort of kind of think you're going to end the war with Britain, not necessarily conquer Britain, but end the war with Britain prior to going to voluntarily go to war with the Soviet Union. You know, like let's finish one war before we start the new one, kind of thing. So there's very much an understanding that maybe, you know, in Hitler's talk, you know, way back, that our real threat, other than the internal threat of, again, of the Jews. I keep saying that because people, you don't realize how much anti-Semitism, and it's not just some Arabs, and I say that because it's mostly Arabs, not Muslims. Arabs hate the Jews. It's not the Muslims hate the Jews. It's the Arabs hate the Jews. I mean, Muslims, I'm not saying all Muslims, other Muslims like the Jews, but it's particularly the Arabs hate the Jews. It's not just because we have huge numbers of Arabs in the West now. We have huge numbers. But there is a rise in anti-Semitism. It's blame the Jews time again, and you know, oh, never again, never again. And then like, hey, Democrats, oh, he's just a Nazi light. He's not that big of a Nazi. We just want to make him a senator. And even had Bill Maher says, yes, vote for the guy with the Nazi tattoo. He's literally said this like in the last few days. Vote for the guy with the Nazi tattoo. Almost words to that effect. Words very much to that effect. Because, hey, we want balance in the Senate, and he's the Democratic nominee for the senator in Maine. And he has the Nazi Totenkopf that he claims he got it in Croatia. I don't know if that's true, but somebody looked into it. And it's supposed to, like, oh yeah, I went in a tattoo shop and I pointed at the thing. It looked like it was a cool tattoo, you know, like, you know, up on the wall. Well, supposedly in Croatia, Nazi symbols are illegal. So, are there, you know, I don't know. I've never been to Croatia. When I was last in the region, they were still fighting, you know, breaking up of Yugoslavia. When it was actually, you know, right across the border, you know. Couldn't quite see into Croatia. I mean, there is Slovenia in the way, but you know what I mean, right around there. They were still fighting that war. Because it's been over 20 years since I've been in Europe, or even Britain. It's been quite a while. So some of you weren't even alive when I was last there. Will there be a Europe if I ever go back? I don't know. But, you know, so I don't know. This information could be wrong. Maybe it's illegal, but every single tattoo shop has, you know, up on this wall, a selection of Nazi symbols that if you want to get tattooed on, you know, it's just one of these laws that no one pays attention to. I don't know. But, yeah, so they even say, vote for the guy with a Nazi tattoo. And no, it isn't the skull and crossbones symbol that the Panzers use, the Panzer Army use. That's a different tattoo. No, he's specifically wearing the SS one. Totenkopf division. The Totenkopf troops, which are the concentration camp guards. The Totenkopfs were the concentration camp guard people that then they organized some of them into a division. But they also have the Totenkopf Verband. And they were going around and massacring people as well. Literally the take people out in the village and shoot them and put them in the fucking ground. We have a guy that the Democratic Party is putting into office has a Nazi tattoo. Yeah, it's now been covered up with a Celtic tattoo. That makes it okay. I could not have imagined, and I don't know, and when I go see in Thanksgiving, I'm going to ask my Democratic relatives, how can you vote for anybody in a party that accepts somebody running for the U.S. Senate that for more than 10 years, it wasn't like, oh, well, I got drunk and had it, and then, yeah, you see some old pictures, and once I realized what it was, I had it covered up. No, he had to know for many years what it was. Even if somehow he got it without knowing what it was, he kept a fucking Death Squad tattoo, big one, on his fucking chest. And they're trying to vote him into the U.S. Senate. And they all think Elon Musk and Trump are the Nazis. When you're literally supporting an actual Nazi. And I am not going to, I will accept people's change, okay? But for me to accept somebody has changed, they have to admit what they were, okay? So if you go, and some people, like Count Dankula, obviously I don't know who he is. I know him. I know who he is, but I don't know him. He supposedly, and I may have seen it, has a hammer and sickle tattoo on his chest. Well, my understanding is, he got that when he's younger, that he had these beliefs. He no longer has them. So if Graham Plattner, the guy we're talking about, who's running for the Senate in Maine, in the Democratic Party, if he come out and said, yeah, I used to be a neo-Nazi. I'm no longer. And if he were to give a story of why he was a neo-Nazi and what was his aha moment, I actually found out they really did kill Jews, and I don't want to kill Jews. If he gives me an aha moment and whatever, I might believe in his conversion. But if he denies that he ever was a Nazi, I'm not believing his conversion. In America, you don't get badass tattoos that just happen to be Nazi symbols. I'm sorry. You may get a pirate flag skull and crossbones. You may be like a lot of these motorcycle clubs that use a sort of Maltese cross, sort of like an iron cross kind of symbol, and have no Nazi feelings. You're more anarchist road rage dudes or something. You don't know how to march in step, and you don't do the Zeke Heil. You're just sort of quote unquote badass motorcycle whatevers. But you don't get a big effing Totenkopf Death Squad tattoo on you. I would be very, very reluctant to ever be publicly seen, and I'm not even talking a tattoo, publicly seen with Nazi symbols on me. Now, I would readily wear, and I actually like, the fashion cut of German uniforms of World War II. Meaning, and I have some of the, the Feldmutz type and whatever, the M65 or whatever, the sort of camouflage caps, and I do wear them once in a while, though I do sort of worry about, do people think I'm a neo-Nazi? Have no symbols on them. They're just, camouflage caps, with the bill, the brim over the eyes and all that. I think it looks better than the baseball cap American style. There's good and bad baseball cap styles, but yeah, And, I don't know if I would really wear it around too much, but, a Panzer wrap, the jacket that overlaps, Panzer wrap jacket. Yeah, they're cool. Okay, that's just the cut of the cloth. That doesn't, yeah, you might get somebody who thinks they're, Nazi wearing it. Is that sort of, do I really want to? But I think they look cool, and it's just, literally the fashion cut of the cloth, not the fucking symbols. And now, if I really decided to get into reenacting, I don't know that I would reenact an SS unit. I definitely wouldn't join a Totenkopf unit. But if I was, going to join a reenactment unit and, do the 7th Panzer Division, yeah, I probably would wear something with the swastikas on it, just because if I was going to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm not saying I've ever really been tempted, definitely not been tempted to spend the money and, do that. No. But, nowhere near that. But yeah, if I was going to do something like that, yeah, I probably would. But only in the context of reenacting, not in the context of any sort of political, and I'd never have it put on my body. Yeah, gamers ranting, but God, So, back to recruitment. So, so Goering uses his clout with Hitler to keep all of his personnel, but just equip Luftwaffe divisions. Because you had already had the paratroopers, which were well-trained and good fighting units. You already had some field units that were like anti-aircraft units that were moving along the front lines or up with the front lines that were, have the big flak 88s, as well as, 20 millimeter anti-aircraft guns, to sort of kind of at times be in the front lines, but also just sort of be, in the slight rear areas, protecting key bridges and things like that, as you're moving forward. So there was already sort of ground formations. And there were definitely, for forward air bases, ground security units, guys with rifles and machine guns just in case partisans show up or whatever, that kind of stuff. And that, particularly like that, is very, if you're going to, generally speaking, which not all nations did, but if you're going to put the flak units as part of the Luftwaffe, as part of your integrated air defense plan, okay, having, ground troops that shoot anti-aircraft guns and putting some of them nearer on the front lines, perfectly reasonable decision. And if you're especially, even if you're going in France and you're moving in and you want security units for forward air bases and you don't think there's a lot of danger, but there could be some. And so you want some guys that aren't just mechanics who, if the shooting starts, they got to run from doing their job to go find out wherever they left their rifle, probably in some barracks, and go pick up their rifle to defend them. You probably want some guys whose their day job is security for forward air bases, and you don't want to rely upon a different service, the Army, because they may have higher priorities at some moment and go, oh my God, these 100 troops, I really need them right here, right now, so I'm going to steal them from you. Don't worry, I'll send you guys back something someday, sometime. And is that going to happen? So having some security troops as part of the Luftwaffe, like the U.S. Air Force does today, it has some ground security troops. They also have some forward air observers and some parajumpers or whatever that are designed for rescuing down pilots. So they do have some elite troops within the Air Force, but most of their ground troops are just security type troops. Yeah, they're armed for war, but they're not like tanks and artillery pieces. They're machine guns and rifles and grenade launchers and that kind of stuff. And especially in the global war on terror, defending bases in Afghanistan and Iraq, with mortar attacks and other sorts of suicide attacks. They're on the front lines of the fight. They're just not storming Fallujah or something, so that they're and so that they're real troops, but they're not really trained up as ground combat formations, as it were. So yeah, but putting the manpower into field divisions, the Luftwaffe, it's a disaster. It really is. Now with the SS, there's a limited amount, and I forget the sort of formula that they have, of the German recruitable population that is allowed to go into the SS. And so the SS of the German population, and I'm specifying it that way, is very picky on who they allow. As the war goes on, they're a little less worried about your bloodline history proving it. They're not zero, but less. If you're a German national. I want to keep that very clear. If you're a German national. Because there are more people volunteering or willing to go into the SS that are German nationals than with their agreement with the army and the other services that they're able to accept. So there is no need to draft Germans into the SS. They are pure volunteers. And they're limited in their manpower. And that includes manpower going to the prison camps and the death camps and the kill squads, the Totenkopf people, you know. So, like the senator, like the possible senator from Maine. Hello, Spank Tissue. Graham Plattner is 100% Nazi, banking on the anti-Israel derangement these days. Oh, I think, you know, I don't know his exact ideology, and I'm not saying it lines up exactly with Hitler's, because Hitler has more than just a race ideology. But he is definitely a race identitarian. You know, race, yeah, you know, and so, yeah, I'm not going to. They let Trudeau get away with blackface some 10 odd times. That's a Totenkopf tattoo. What's a Totenkopf tattoo? Blackface. No, I see. I don't. Well, one, his blackface, I don't think was African American in the first place. I think it was Indian or whatever. And I don't see blackface as being a problem, quite honestly, people. Now, I know I'm old. And I do know the history of blackface. I don't think it's a problem. There's a lot of liberals that have done blackface. I don't know that it's necessarily done as a hateful thing. But I think blackface is just an outrage thing. Just a thing to go after people to have outrage, you know, manufactured outrage. I don't think back in the 20s and the 30s that black people, now I'm not a black person, I didn't talk to a bunch of them, but I don't think most black people were upset when white entertainers donned blackface. And some of the entertainers who did that were rather race progressive at the time and worked hard to employ black people in entertainment. Okay? I'm not going to, because I'm sure I'm going to be wrong to some degree, so I'm not going to go into some of the stuff that I think I know, you know, which entertainers did what. That also did blackface. So I don't think that they were upset by it in any real meaningful way. So I don't look at blackface. And blackface can be done in a demeaning, condescending, belittling way, or it can be done in a positive, celebratory way. It's something that I look at as neutral. Is it, yeah, somebody maybe, you may find some skit, some routine that is really set up playing on all the negative stereotypes of black people that in America at the time. Yeah, that's that entertainer doing it that way. But I can also find you other ones that are not that. So I don't have a problem with that. Well, their party thinks men are women. Yeah, I know that's a different. I would say that's a different mental disease kind of thing. But yeah, no, I'm just still. I just the 1990s Democrats. He wouldn't have even gotten 1% of the fucking vote for the Senate. Democrats then, and so to me this is pure and only hypocrisy when they try to call out Republicans for being Nazis, and I really do believe now that anti-Semitism is on the massive rise. Now, I am a big proponent of Zionism. I don't know if I would want to go into business with Jews, because I've had a lot of good friends that are Jews, and they sort of warned me, yeah, you don't really want to necessarily go into business with Jews. Like a partnership, not doing business with Jews, but go into business with Jews, if you know what I mean. Because it's nothing to do with race; it's to do with cultural practices of business. But I think Jews are generally a net positive to society. All groups, including groups that I'm from, have downsides. I think Jews generally have more upsides than downsides. So if you're going, oh man, you're a Jew lover? Yeah, hey, I'm that over here. You don't like that, you can go away. If you all go away and don't like me anymore because I like Jews, I support Israel. I think Israel generally doing things great. Yeah, once in a while they make a boo-boo, and sometimes serious ones, but generally doing great. Yeah, I'm on board. So I'm one of those on board, and I still haven't gotten any of my checks from Israel. Please send me, if you're out there, please send me some. I'll say even more positive things about Jews if you send me some more money. So yeah. So back to the recruiting thing. Now, the German army, shall we say, particularly that's who we're talking about, were banned from recruiting non-Germans. Okay? Non-German citizens. I should maybe say it that way. So I forget what is Das Reich, or one of them was traveling through Hungary and going to Yugoslavia to invade Yugoslavia for that part of the thing. And traveling through Hungary, they ended up with 200 or 300 more Germans in their unit. I mean, literally just driving through. They just joined on the way through. Oh, you want to join? Yeah, you want to join? Because these were ethnic Germans inside Hungary. And instead of being drafted or whatever, maybe even literally deserting from the Hungarian army, they joined the Waffen-SS. So non-German citizens that were a German ethnic group were almost invariably all of them ending up in the SS. Didn't matter anything about purity. It was just, are you a pseudo-ethnic German? Yeah. So yeah, you could join. And then of course they also had ethnic legions, including like Arab units, or Muslim, maybe I should say. Some were Bosnian, some were literally Arabs that were setting up. So they had other various foreign non-German Arabs or Semitic peoples, joining the Waffen-SS, various units. So the Germans never, as far as I can tell, knowingly and at any scale, enlisted foreigners in the German army. Now they would set up foreign units serving as part of the German army. There's a distinction there. There's the whole pals of Adolf, the liberation, there's the Russian liberation army under that guy with the glasses. I forget his name, but that's a few 100,000 men strong. They never let it get to divisional size, as far as I remember. But battalions, absolutely. And many divisions, and they actually set out official orders, many divisions had recruited large numbers of Soviet citizens serving as part of the divisions. Now, they weren't supposed to, have actually the breast eagle and swastika on their uniform. some of them at times were just still in Soviet uniforms with just, you know, I'm in the service of the Wehrmacht armband, that it got so heavily done that they actually forced them to cut back. And there were some divisions had combat units that were these people. Others were sort of in the, you know, lift and carry type, you know, logistic support and help out the artillery batteries and that kind of stuff. So there was a lot of recruitment of non-German personnel, but they were in the service of the German army, not members of the German army. So it's all sort of muddy in a practical sense, but there is sort of a definition sense. So the German army itself could not recruit Dutch or Belgian personnel into the German army, but they might recruit auxiliary personnel. So, and another definition element here is the SS, often we could specify but not entirely, the Waffen-SS, but the SS could recruit unlimited amounts of non-German citizens. So whether they're the Volksdeutsch, the German peoples that are, you know, outside of Germany, or whether they are, you know, a Croat division, you know, they can recruit as many as they can recruit. There is no limitations there. So this is why more and more foreign units are the SS recruits, because for various reasons Himmler's trying to build a larger and larger military force, and he is strictly limited on the size of his German nationals that he can recruit. So instead of having an army Cossack unit, he's trying to recruit, you know, Ukrainians into an SS division and whatnot, the Galatian division and things. So, okay, so compromise on moderate recruiting. We get a veteran motorized SS division, Nederland, armored panzer division. Okay, fund massive recruitment campaign for the SS. Oh, the okay. W, so this would just be more manpower, command power, army experience. Okay, command power, and that's command power. So I think this is doing too much now. Either we should be generating a lot more command power rapidly, because look, I get the designers look at this, rightly so, as a game, not a simulation. I also get the idea that they're designing something that there's choice. You need to make choices. But and this goes back heavily to this, I think they are I think they're limiting they're limiting reality, what would realistically be done. So I think I will spend the command power, because I don't know why this means I can't promote some of these guys up. Like I say, I think it's trying. I think this is either the command power is trying to do too much, like adding it into here. Excuse me. And or, you know, trying to do this and other things. But yes, let's go for this. Okay, so this appears on the map. Let's take a look at what Gamer thinks about this. Wow. Can I have both of these up at the same time? Yes. Okay, so these are both to be the same unit. Now they did not, and I understand that they don't want to take the time to, say, program in a chain of events that would start, say, in 1941 or whatever, because they really don't start recruiting a lot of these people, particularly in the Western Europe, prior to the crusade against Bolshevism, because that's part of their recruitment tactic is getting people to join. They're getting people to join fairly early on in localized parties, localized party militias, and the SS is also going into the same sort of pool of people recruiting localized SSs. But that's not necessarily Waffen SSs, that's SSs. And there's each of these nations, there's a bunch of stuff on all this thing. So that's going to take a while to fill, because we need 480 mechanized to fill out these units. Now, what is our current mechanized size? Okay, so I don't think I have any mechanized in any of the Panzer divisions. So all of my mechanized right now is going to end up in these units. Now, I will say this is very, very unhistorical. None of these units had this level, even at any sort of, because there was no Panzer Division Anton. That's bullshit. There was a Nederland division. It changes titles over time. I can't recall if they ever actually made it to a Panzer division. Now, sometimes Panzer, SS Free Will, Panzer Grenadier Division Nordland already had tanks, and may or may not have had a full, what would be, you might just have a battalion of tanks and not. But even then, they would probably only have like 1 or 2 battalions, not just in practice, because sometimes you don't quite, reality doesn't quite match ambition. Like, oh, well, we'll have 2 mechanized battalions. Oh, how much mechanized? Okay, well, we have enough mechanized for 1 battalion, so we'll split it between the 2, and then the rest of the guys in that battalion ride in trucks. Mechanized normally means sort of armored infantry, as opposed to just trucks. But no way would they have had this. They would have had maybe 2 battalions of mechanized, and the others would be just truck supported, as reality would be. Okay, so and we need 400 medium tanks. And what is our current medium tank pool? Yeah, we don't have anywhere near enough tanks for these units. So they'll fairly quickly get equipment sent to them. Okay. And let's see. A lot of legitimate criticism of Israel either gets blown into conspiracy or outright denial despite evidence. Really a middle ground, rarely a middle ground these days. Yeah, look, I support the Gaza war. I don't think it was a genocide. I know civilians got killed, but who is responsible for civilians getting killed? If you have a rocket launcher sitting in a schoolyard, actively shooting at an enemy has an enemy schoolyard with children playing in it, has a rocket launcher that's launching rockets at you. Whose responsibility is when you bomb that rocket launcher that has children playing next to it? Who's responsible for that? You don't see Americans, you don't see British, you don't see the Germans in World War II, you don't see the Japanese in World War II putting rocket launchers or artillery positions inside active schoolyards. They very well may show up at a schoolyard that, because there's a battle going on and all the school children are off in bomb shelters. But you don't see them do that, okay? So, yeah, civilians died in the Gaza war. I don't look at that as Israel's responsibility, that the civilians are dying. I saw clear evidence, and yes, I'm trusting the sources, that the Hamas was actively killing Palestinians that were not cooperating with being human shields. So I'm a big supporter of Israel. Like I say, once in a while they do a boo-boo. But I'm a big yay for Israel. So you don't have to agree with me. You can be that sort of middle ground and I'll still respect you. But if you are one of these sort of like Jews are running the world, well, I think you're out of touch with reality. You know, I really do. And then, okay, they also, for some reason, grant Lithuania a fictional SS division, the 40th Waffen Grenadier. Yeah, there was Lithuanian units that may... I think there was, what, 1 or 2 SS Waffen divisions? Wasn't there like 1 or 2 divisions? I don't know. There's a bunch. Again, my books are all in storage, and I have to look it up. It's been a long time. I have a pretty good collection that covers that. There's also a template lock you can't... Yes, I understand that too, that there's a template lock. So, yeah, okay. Well, we'll accept these. I'm going to hold off on recruiting some of the other units because if they start spamming those out, I don't have enough equipment for them. Okay, an inclusive action. Oh, okay, these guys are back on station, it looks like. Good. Latvias were made into combat unit. Lithuanians purely served as Gestapo military police. There was definitely a Lithuanian Legion that... I'm trying to do this from memory, and I know you're from Lithuania, and I'm not disputing that you know something of what you're talking about, but and again, I'm going from my memory, and at times I knew that. I have some really good detailed history books on this that are sitting over in my other secret mountain base, and I not digging them out now, obviously. Yes, a lot of them were sort of internal security, but combat internal security is how guys with rifles and machine guns that definitely, as time goes on and as the war approaches back towards Lithuania, that they're pushed into the front lines, because everybody's eventually pushed into the front lines. So yeah, I know, and yeah, if you're looking it up, you're probably right. But oh, and also with the Waffen SS divisions, especially late 44 and onward, there are some that are purely mythical. There are some that are sort of created and literally destroyed within days of them putting somewhere because they're pathetic divisions. Some are just sort of there that are sort of skeletal, in that they have the skeleton of a division, but they never really quite get enough manpower to fully mount, set them up. Some are aspirational in that there are actual units, but there's sort of like a regiment's worth of personnel that just gets renamed as a division, and they never get enough personnel or equipment to flesh them out. There's a few divisional numbers that get reused because units are either destroyed or omega-ted, two or three units put together to form something else, so the number frees up. It's a really fascinating, intricate history to study if you're interested in that kind of thing. So, and then there's also definitely with... okay, I'm going to look this up because it's from my mod. Okay, let's get to this window here. Okay, see if I can find it really quickly here, and I don't know. I'll maybe share the images in okay, where do I find this? in the Discord server with, if I can, maybe later, but okay, there's work, there's work. Okay, see if I go here. I don't know. I'm trying to remember my structure. See, we sort by date maybe would be best. So some of the latter work that I was working on. Let's see if I can open it with that. Okay. Ah, yes, this is what I'm looking for. The Schutzmannschaft. These were, and they were, and I'm looking right now at the Latvian Schutzmannschaft image. The Schutzmannschaft were sort of more of your military police type troops, in that they're not army police, they're sort of militarized police, police with, machine guns and rifles, and they had many units that were probably, most of them were half strength. Some of these personnel, especially later on, gets drafted into various Waffen-SS type units, but they're large, is in the thousands of people. Maybe not quite tens of thousands, but definitely in the high thousands of people that were from the Baltic states, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania particularly, but also Ukraine area. That they were, internal security troops might be an appropriate term for them. That were definitely, again, some as those units are emergency put into the front lines, normally as front lines are being pushed back west, as well as at some point these units are disbanded and the personnel is just put into various Baltic states, ethnic divisions. So there's a lot of that stuff going on. Okay, you attack there. So now we got a couple of divisions going after. They can maybe have supplies from the port. Let's move the motorized division there. One of these is going to attack there. We're going to put one of these moving into the empty province, and the other two moving and attacking into there. Well, no, we don't want to replace. Which one are we supposed? I don't know. I don't know if that really makes, if I really care about faction goals, whatever. Okay, as more factories come online. Oh, well, we know we need more tanks. We also need more mechanized too, but we need more tanks. So let's do that. We'll get a bunch more tanks to help fill out those divisions, because we need to both fill out those divisions and do replacement tanks on the front lines. Okay, well now we have, okay, let's look at our supply situation. I can see that it's not doing so great. That's truck supply, so we got truck supply there. Let's do truck supply here. Let's come back to here. Okay, we're still just at horse supply there. We want to de-truckify that. No, not double truck. Let's just go to that. Because I don't think, however much supply is being used, I think we can handle that with horses, or just let's make some choices. Okay, let's also look here for rail. We need to secure that rail link as well as there. So plunging up here wouldn't be a bad thing, but what we also need to do is secure the rail link. And that is what, and I don't know that this is the best railway map that can be used, but I think it's a huge improvement over anything else, and definitely over Hearts of Iron 2. Come on, they're about ready to collapse. We just need to... Yeah, it's too stupid for the faction theater mechanic to ever be used as useful as it could be. Yeah. You come and cut the rail links. Okay, everybody just joining this attack. Kill that pocket. Get our armor moving up. Now let's see what our naval action's been going. Okay, 2 subs down. Inconclusive. Got a British sub there. Guess that's it for the moment. Hello, repeat. Hello, repeat. Hello, repeat. Is that enough repeat? One division will support this attack. Just push on multiple fronts. we've almost got this as a pocket, though it's not terribly secure. Meaning with these various attacks, but quite likely, yeah. Okay, now join that attack. You guys go to there. You guys go to there. Okay, let's look at supply. Do we have any? That's our closer. Let's motorize that. That'll help some. Let's look at our air war. How are we doing air war? Well, we've got 700 fighters over here. And we're not winning. That's full. That's not, but it's not that close. That there. We could put some there. What do we have for fighters availability? Some long-range fighters. Yeah, let's put these guys in here. They'll update over time and then come up over here and do some more air power control. Okay, we've got Riga. Very good. We will attack there. We've taken here. Very nice. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You start heading that way. You start heading this way. Keep pushing. That is not a port, so they're not getting any supplies unless they're being flown into this area here. You support that attack. You guys get across the river here. Well, we're starting to make some progress. Not, unfortunately, they have the event to give the Germans their critical bonus that represents Soviet incapabilities of dealing with things. I also think that when you're developing a war game, computer or otherwise, you're trying to simulate back history. And that's sort of the purpose of it. If you're doing a historical war game, obviously. But you're trying to simulate today. I don't think in playing this version of the game that I don't know how best, I'm trying to think how best to illustrate this. This here, the radios, as well as field telephones. The Soviets didn't have a lot of field telephones. Now you go, you'll probably prove, oh well, here's some photos and here's some, yeah, but they still didn't have lots of field telephones. The ability to move, shoot, communicate for the Germans, the training level for the Germans, the motivation levels for the Germans, just so much of it just totally outclasses the Soviets. It just does. So they've got 2 medium improved tanks. This division here has, well, it's 200 necessary, so this unit is basically fully equipped. So let's see, that's this one, right? Let's make sure I'm getting the right one that's fully equipped. Yes, no, the other one. Okay, not the Anton, the other one. Okay. What? Oh, dismiss. I wasn't. I was trying to get this. Let's send you this way for our drive to Moscow. And so, however many men that's in a Soviet division, however many machine guns they have, I just don't accept that what I'm facing. And this is also what I had sort of a problem with Black Ice, if I remember last time when I played it for, you know, Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice specifically. They were over buffing things to give the human player a challenge, and I just disagree with that, because I look at history, and it can also be leadership elements. You know, how good the officer corps is versus, you know, the German officer corps versus the Soviet officer corps. Let's just send you guys east. Send you guys east. We'll leave the infantry here to clean this up over time. Have you support that attack. So, and you could, okay, hello Thomas, how you doing? Good evening. The Soviets had the SUs to their names. I especially like the heavy ones in video games. They also had pretty good infantry weapons, among other things. Right. But, okay. How do I put this? And I'll explain to you. As far as I know, every single German tank by 1941, if not before, but by 1941, every single German tank, that includes every single Panzer I, and they were still using them on the front lines at the beginning of 1941 invasion, up to the newest Panzer, including French tanks. Maybe not the Renault FT-17s that never went anywhere near the front line. They were used as internal security. But every single, you know, S-35, you know, the Saum, the Renault R-35, the Hotchkiss R-35, the Sharbies, all of those that the Germans ever used, the Germans installed, if they didn't have them, or reinstalled German radios if they had them, radios in every one of those captured tanks. Every single one. Every single German tank, they had a radio in it. All of the Czech tanks, the 35Ts that they captured and briefly, I think, kept in production, but then switching it all over to the 38Ts, all of them had radios in them. All of the conversions of those things into the anti-tank guns. These things here, the Martyrs and whatnot. All of these, Belgium didn't, I don't think, had 192 of these entirely, but somehow we acquired them. All of these tank destroyers, the Martyrs, all had radios in all had radios in them, and they were all duplex radios, as far as I know, meaning they could both send and receive messages. Okay, my understanding, and I'm sure some units were exceptions, but most Soviet units, as far as I know, the company commander had a duplex radio, in that he, you know, can listen to somebody's, you know, broadcasting something and then hit the mic and broadcast back. That's the company commander. The platoon commanders had receiver, if they were lucky, had receiver sets, meaning they could hear what the company commander said to them. Okay? The rest of the tanks in the platoon had no radios. So, you have a tank platoon, and you're the platoon commander, and you're in the middle of combat. And there are machine gun bullets flying around, tank rounds flying around, artillery piece rounds and mortar piece rounds, you know, landing around you and all this stuff. And you want to tell your other tanks what you want to do. you have two choices. One, stick your body out of the tank and start waving flags around above your head and hope that the guys in the other tank notice you waving your hands around with these little hand flags, doing semaphore type things, saying pay attention to me, it's too noisy to hear anything. So while you're doing this, and there's machine gun bullets, there's mortar rounds going off, artillery, and all this good stuff going on, and the tank commander's out here, the platoon commander's out here waving flags around, or he needs to stop, and the other guy's got to notice, oh, hey, the platoon commander stopped, let's stop. And the platoon commander's got to get out of his tank, walk over to your tank, shout into the hatch what he wants to tell you, and then walk over to the other tank and shout down into his hatch, and then walk back to his tank in the midst of combat. How fucking effective is that going to be? So what they were doing is like, follow me, guys. Follow the tank platoon leader. Follow the leader game. And so you're in a tank, and unlike War Thunder, where you get to hear the other tanks, you aren't hearing shit outside of your tank. I'm sorry. You could drive up an enemy division and you wouldn't hear it inside a tank with the engine running and all that stuff. So if the engine's running. So you're playing follow the leader. You're probably having a formation idea, that you're maybe half-assed trained into doing. And realize the Soviets, how much fuel, how much spare parts, how much are they allowed to do? I don't know. I know during the Cold War, most Soviet tank units at company level had a handful, like 4 tanks that they would drive around. This is during the Cold War. All the rest of the tanks were kept in storage. So they'd have 4 tanks they'd drive around. So 4 tank crews would get together and they'd get in the tank and go drive around and practice. And then the next day, a different 4 tank crews would come around, or how often they were actually training, and train around. So this way they only put wear and tear on the practice tanks, and not all the rest that they were in storage in warehouses getting ready for, the World War III. Now, certain units, particularly the Soviet units stationed in East Germany, they fully exercised. Okay, the whole unit got out and exercised. The whole company, the whole battalion did exercises. But I'm also pretty damn sure that the amount of drive time, the amount of practice range, firing at the tank range for NATO was much, much higher than the Soviet levels. Now, there might have been periods during the Cold War where Soviet tempo of, training increased, but through most of the war, it was pretty low compared to the NATO levels of training. How many hours a day or a month or a year or whatever a tank driver would get to practice driving his tank, whether alone, around a training track course, or as part of a platoon, keeping formation, or as part of a company on exercises. A lot more for the NATO rounds. So these Soviet tank units, I don't know, it's probably just in a few hours of practice driving, particularly in formations that they have. So you could literally start having tanks blow up next to you, and you have no idea, because you're looking out little slits. Most of the Soviet tanks, at least at this period, don't have vision blocks. They have little tank slits, that you're looking out, that you're looking to even see the enemy, unless you're poking your head out and you're liable to get it shot off by just somebody with a rifle or a machine gun. Now, if you're far enough away from the front lines, yeah, that's no problem. And during practice, behind the rear areas, yeah, the tank commander can be sitting with his whole, upper body half out of the tank and very well aware of, where the enemy is, in the training ground, and seeing what their tanks are doing. The other tank commanders are also riding around that way. And, most of the Soviet tanks don't have intercoms within the tank. So they do the old kick thing. Kick the guy on the left, the driver in the the left shoulder to turn right, kick them in the right shoulder to turn right, kick them in the shoulder or kick them in the back of the head if you want them to stop or whatever it is, or 3 kicks rapid to speed up. So the tank driver's constantly getting kicked by the tank commander, trying to communicate to him because it's too noisy to talk in this thing. The gunner, well, what are you trying to, the tank commander sees something, tapping on the gunner's shoulder and pointing, over to the right, turn the turret to the right, there's somebody over there. Okay, compared to a German tank crew where they all have microphones. They're throat mics with headsets. So they go, hey, yeah, Fritz. Fritz number 1, yeah? They're over on the left, there's some enemy targets. And they're also reporting, hey, the one tank that spots the enemy, hey, there's enemy over to the left. He's telling the rest of the platoon. Okay, so however good or fucking bad a particular Soviet tank is in War Thunder, that may very well accurately be portraying the armor thickness. And they're getting better and better with their models of the armor, because I do play War Thunder. Hey guys, tomorrow, starting about 4 hours ago, depending on your time in the world, we'll be playing some War Thunder live. Join us, either playing or just hanging out, watching us. Please do. However well all that is modeled, and it's not modeled perfectly by any means, but I'm thinking, generally speaking, large chunks of armor. Seems like the road wheels don't quite absorb as much damage as maybe they should, or whatever, but may all be correct for the slabs, but the weaknesses of the vision slits or whatever are not modeled in. But however correct, the acceleration and, steadiness of the tank going over certain terrain may be modeled in with that game, totally loses the idea that I've got, headset and microphone on, and maybe some of the earlier tanks, they're not quite as well headsetted up or whatever within all the crews, but definitely the radio guy and the commander have headsets to talk to other, earphones and throat mic to talk to other tanks. But they're doing much, much better at training, just training at communication. So you might go, oh yeah, hey, the T-26 with the 47 millimeter gun on it is better than the Panzer II. Well, if your Panzer II can with its 20 millimeter gun can punch through your T-26 armor, and you don't even know where the damn tanks are that are being shot at you. You don't even know if half your platoon just got wiped out because there's too much noise going on, and you don't even know what direction the enemy is shooting at you from. It don't freaking matter. And the amount of setup and design for field telephones is so much more dense than the Soviets. So the ability to communicate, the ability to put a rifle company at the right spot dealing with that for the Germans is magnitude times better than the Soviets. So the Soviets might, the Soviet Mosin Nagant rifle, decent enough. It's not, it's not nearly as good as the Mauser, but on a sort of, especially this scale of warfare, there isn't really too much different in it. Okay, the Soviet machine guns, okay, you got the DPs, they're platter, the Soviets called them record players, but DP sounds like dinner plate, magazines. Yeah, those are pretty decent, but they're not nearly as good as an MG34 or the, Czech ZB26, box-fed magazine guns. They're still using lots and lots of 1910 Maxim machine guns. They are coming in with some more modern, for the time period. Forget the designation for the lighter machine, medium, lighter but medium machine guns, but they're still using lots of 1910s. And they work really well, but, if the enemy is just so much more fluid, and you're no longer talking about a front this big, you're talking about a front, this big, and you're not really lining it up like we think of, the Western Front, a contiguous front from somewhere in the, World War I, from the sea to Switzerland, that it's, the unit touching unit touching unit, that there's no gaps in the line. There's all kinds of crazy gaps in this line. There's all kinds of, this division isn't spread out from here to here. It's just sort of here that can react and spot, a Soviet division trying to come in between divisions. It's nowhere near a contiguous front line. In areas, in localities, around the siege of Leningrad or whatever, yeah, it is, but not everywhere. So there's all kinds of gaps, all kinds of openings, and not necessarily as big as this. Okay, we're going to, because I want to control this railway, we're going to hit him here while he's moving. And we're going to push you over the river. And you are going to attack across this river to try to free up these troops from being tied down. And you are going to counterattack down there. So yeah, I really believe this whole thing. And I'm doing much better now. You should wait till June or whatever to start the invasion. I started it when they should have started, not when they did historically, because historically they did the whole Yugoslav-Greece war before starting the Soviet war. Not that there shouldn't be some hard battles, and if you look at a very good, probably the best war game is Gary Grigsby's War in the East 2. Looking at it, and including like scenarios, and I played the scenario several times, that pushes up to Leningrad, and yes, it gets really hard up to here. Part of that is supply. It's really just the Germans spanking the Soviets. There really shouldn't be much more than that. The problem is that the Soviet AI puts all of its forces right along the front lines, and if you create very big pockets, you destroy the Soviet army, and there's nothing left to go to defend it. So, and there's a way to stop that, even with this bad AI, is to only put, you need AIs, and I don't know if there's any forces sitting along these borders down here. Not that there should be zero, but there should be very light levels of forces down there. And, there was the whole Far East Army, which stays the whole time. It was a myth that we were taught that it was moved west. It was not. It stayed there. Zhukov and his staff moved west. And the Moscow counteroffensive was made up of units that had been organizing back here. And that's the way to do it, is to have units that somehow draw off equipment prior to the war that are not on the map. In essence, units that get triggered by taking not just one, but a combination of provinces that you trigger enough units. Oh, well, then they spam onto a defensive line here, and then if you get so if you get deep enough in several defensive lines, Moscow area defense, get near enough to Moscow, that all appears on the map, and not as some invulnerable super units, but so they're sort of appearing as you get near them to represent very real rear area reserves. Now, the way you do it if you're a human player is you allow the player to make good or bad decisions, but you just force the AI to keep the units in reserve by keeping them off the map. And let's see what Elizabeth, start of the operations, they didn't have much communication, and Barbarossa was late. Had it gone earlier, I wonder how further the Germans, the tank units that were making it quote-unquote to the outskirts of Moscow, the tanks particularly, not so much like the infantry units as part of the tanks, but the tank units were down to, I think, about like 1/4 strength. Some of that is combat losses. Now, some of those combat losses are, oh shit, we had got hit in the front right sprocket of the tank, and that, you know, came in and not just jammed up the sprocket, but bent up part of the, you know, the transmission elements in the frame and whatnot, that it's just not usable. And that whole front transmission needs to be removed. Parts of it need to be literally replaced that can't be fixed. It's just too bent. You don't fix it. And so that it needs to be in a workshop. But the tank otherwise is fine. But it's out of business for 30 days or something. Just because, you know, not enough workshop personnel, not enough, you know, spare parts making it to the front. Plus, just simply tanks driving all this way are breaking down, that are sitting in various field workshops. So there's attrition, as well as tanks, of course, you know, getting hit by the Soviet 47 millimeter gun, hitting the, you know, the fuel tank or the ammo, or the fuel tank and the ammo, and go kaboom and blow up, and the turret flies off, and it's just scrap metal. You might salvage a couple of road wheels or something off of it, but basically, and a track links or something, but otherwise it's basically scrap metal. So some are total catastrophic losses. Some are very bad losses that need to fully go back to the factory and either get, you know, scrapped for parts or rebuilt, because they were rebuilding the tanks sometimes into tank destroyers or other specialty vehicles, or fully repaired to whatever standard. Some are field repairs. So there's a lot of attritional elements, and it's really, in my opinion, from looking at this, and this is not just me, it's from a lot of experts, it's really just exhaustion that ends the, you know, because it's just out to about here, that ends the push. Yeah, there's a lot of Soviet resistance, and had they not resisted, there wouldn't have been as much exhaustion, because it isn't just driving the tank or the truck or the soldier needing new boots because he just simply marched east. He's having to march around a lot, you know, fight and march around, you know, tanks, trucks are driving back and forth from railheads and whatnot. You know, they're doing a lot of this kind of movement while going. So there's a lot of wear and tear because of the fighting. And of course, there's the big encirclements too, which we're sort of simulating it to some degree here. So it's really just the Soviets delaying tactics. And sure, there are difficult battles because of terrain and because of some particularly good units and particularly good commanders that, you know, in a specific area that do fight well. But it's mostly just overrun. And so, you know, this is both the weakness and the strengths of this game, that they're now, which I love, they're doing this. This I effing love. Because we've noticed, it took me for a while to get this province. I have it now. So now we have supplies running through to here. We now have supplies here. Now that I did the things that I should have done earlier, we have enough of these that I'm going to upgrade. I'm going to move to the top of even in front of the synthetic fuel factories to get some of these upgraded to level 2. You know, two lines to level 2 pretty quickly to keep supplies flowing up to Riga, to flow into here, Vilna, and whatnot, and as well as other parts when we get to control the territory. I think there will be options to turn this territory. Some of it, Bessarabia, will, you know, remain Romanian, but some others out here I want as German, partially so that no, that's resistance. Resource. Partially get, you know, some of these other resources and factories into, you know, German occupied hands, as opposed to Romania, just because Romania will never use them as well as they should. So, yeah, Thomas, Germany should have waited for the Eurotunnel to be built and invaded Britain instead. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's a good joke. Yes, underground tunnel is just as viable as giant land cows. Yeah, of course, the British would just wait for you halfway through the tunnel and then blow it, and you'd get drowned. Sort of like a modern version of Moses, you know, in the Red Sea kind of thing. It ain't gonna work. I believe Germany couldn't get that lone KV tank out of the head that stopped the entire division in 41, so they somehow ended up with planning the mouse tanks and Landkraut. Yeah, well, the Landkrauts, or however you pronounce that thing, that's just sort of a napkin tank, meaning some dude just sort of drew it. It was no one was taking that seriously. I mean, Hitler had the big super rail gun, train rail gun that he had, and then of course some of the others needed, not some of the other just very large railway guns, but no one thought that was a real thing. I know it's with the Götterdämmerung or whatever, but that no one, not even Ferdinand Porsche, no one thought to do that. And the German army did not want Ferdinand Porsche making the mouse. He was doing that on his own. He should not have been allowed to do it. It was his sort of pet project that the German army never approved. He was just building them anyways because they were his factories, and he was able to get the material to build them, and no one shut him down. He was too influential. So that the mouse tank was not really the German army's desire ever, and definitely not the Speer's and Guderian's desire, because Speer and Guderian did at one moment have heavy tanks pulled away from their control, but even the guys that wanted heavy tanks, they were wanting Tiger 2s and those type of things. They weren't wanting the mouse. The mouse wasn't the army. It was Ferdinand Porsche. Hello, Four Grilled Joba. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. What do you think about the severe lack of generals? Oh, and this, yeah. Again, it goes to this. Well, let's click here. Let's sort of let's close this. Let's correct. No. Click the wrong thing. Let's click here. No, it's giving me the Navy. I want to. Oh, it wants me to be selective of a unit. Setting up new stuff. I guess we can sort of click here, and if I was going to change it, trying to promote these up, either that and yeah, it's command power isn't a bad idea, especially if you look at Hearts of Iron 3 with their leadership that does the function of command power, diplomacy, research. Look, an engineer isn't taking from the same talent pool that a diplomat is. Now, maybe a diplomat and an engineer both went to a German university, but they didn't study the same things. Engineers might not be able to speak with other human beings effectively, but damn, they can, design something very effectively. And an engineer and a diplomat may have no clue on how to design a tank or an aircraft, or and I don't mean just where to put the barrel, but I mean all the intricate stuff. So the leadership idea in in Hearts of Iron 3 is a good idea, but it's too flexible in that it's the same pool that you're drawing out of. To have diplomacy points, now we obviously have all of this for coups and whatnot that is sort of in the diplomacy world. Yeah, diplomacy points are good, command points are good. Well, whether you call it leadership or research points, it ultimately comes down to this, but I would split this out in that a naval architect is not the same guy who can design a tank, and a tank architect isn't what can do this. So I know I haven't played, I do own it, but I haven't, and I've looked at it, but I haven't really played Hearts of Iron 2 and some of its variants. They had design bureaus, that they've now added this, experimental facilities. I think a mix of this and this would be a way to go, because the sort of, okay, and I understand that this game is about choices, quote unquote, making choices. Is this a real thing? Really? As in research? No. I disagree with this. Now maybe, change my mind. Go ahead at sometime, point to good, don't write me a novel, but, or a big thick book, but change my mind. What this really is not research. This is going from a 40-hour work week to a 80-hour work week to a 24/7 work week. Now it's not one person getting in a factory and working there for the rest of his life and never sleeping, never eating, and never doing that. It's adding multiple shifts, okay? So in 1936, etc., in this time frame, they're doing, and I don't know if it's a 40-hour work week or a 44-hour, I don't know exactly the German work week at the time. But this is a standard production, peacetime, one shift, working, building, whatever it is. Aircraft, tanks, rifles, boots, whatever. To, as the war progressed, as you got to Totaler Krieg in Germany, but you can also look at Britain, you can look at the Soviet Union, if you can try to look at that, or the US or Britain or whatever, as they're putting on more and more shifts, to the point that it's almost 24/7 production, and definitely in some areas it is true 24/7 production. The one shift goes on, one shift comes on, so there may be, a half an hour downtime in changing shifts, and they work it out to whatever work week, so they're working even on, they're working around the clock, but through the weekend. But yeah, sometimes they have to pause some sort of production to clean out the facility. So it's, not quite 24/7, but it's trying to be, for building, the billions of rifle and machine gun rounds that each of the major nations, and I'm talking billions or trillions of rounds that are being produced, those are going full speed ahead, and it's working these things up. So I like the idea, but I don't know how much it should be this. Now here we're talking about some doing underground facilities and doing more dispersed from bombing. Is that really research? I don't know that anybody's really doing a lot of research designing underground facilities that are taking a lot of time. And most production facilities are not going underground anywhere. There are, some Japanese, some German underground production. I don't think there's any Soviet underground production, though I think Soviet would be following this production. There's definitely not any real British. British have a dispersed production system, I would say. Americans and Soviets are this. Everybody else is this, is my opinion. You can change my mind, but this is my current opinion. And construction technology, is that really improving? I don't think so. I just think, again, it's more expanded. So some of this, I think, should be handled more with these type of, government laws, like they are more handled in Hearts of Iron 3. So, and I would make it, with some of these, total, take a while to get there. So, yeah, I would have these to go, I would... I would combine these, and I would just have certain slots for Navy, maybe some, submarine slots that are sort of specialty, etc., etc. is how I would do it, and set that up. And so, yeah, so command power I like. I just think it's for the amount that Germany is generating right now, and that I can't come in here and this is going to take 15 command power. What the fuck? If he's learned how to do one of these, and I'm just sort of pick which one because choices instead of just an organic choice, which is fine. I don't mind that I get to tailor this. If you wanted to sort of have it just an organic grind, this is a grind to, get this and then get enough experience to then do this, fine. But I don't know why this is costing me 10 or 15 manpower or command power, sorry. If it's costing me 1 or 2, fine. But, why am I not just completing all these guys out? And so, yeah. Whether it's lack of generals, I don't know is the issue. I think it's more the issue of command power. And it's just, yeah, their production time. Battles of Stalingrad, Kursk never happen in HOI IV, sadly. I think most of these battles are too grindy. I think most of these battles at the front lines are decided quicker. I am not the one who really looked under the hood of all the engines, and when I have looked under the hood of some of the game, not just Paradox, but some games, and quite honestly, I'm shocked at what I find. So sometimes it's not good to see how the sausage is made, if you will. Just enjoy the sausage. But I think the time it takes to make the decision, victory or loss, is too many days. I think some of these battles that are going on for months just don't represent. So I think there's too many Stalingrads and Kursks that are happening all over this map. Because when I play a game like War in the East 2, I know there's also War in the West, I just haven't played it, but War in the East 2, the actual decisions, but not just the decisions of the divisions and the battalions as they're moving along, but punching through these things happen a lot faster. And in my appreciation, they're happening a lot faster in Hearts of Iron 3. So I just think it's a mechanics situation that you need to have the decision happen quicker. And it's just victory or loss quicker, if you will. So that, and then you would have, well, Kursk is sort of kind of a one-off thing in that it's a very stagnant battle line that both sides spend a lot of time setting up elaborate battle plans, and then they're triggered off and they both sort of happen. The German pincer movement that never pincers out the bulge, and then the German or the Soviet planned counterattack does happen quite successfully. The Stalingrad, yeah, that kind of thing can easily be done with and the Leningrad, because it's obvious to me after the fact that when the Germans push it in and almost get Stalingrad, and then they don't, they should have just held where they were, send in supplies and maybe reinforcements to hold the ground that they have, and then attack out here and attack out here and turn it into a big pocket. Not try to battle and hold Stalingrad. Okay, hold what you got, hold the territory that you got in, maybe retreat out of some bits and pieces of it, And maybe if it becomes too hard, retreat entirely out of Stalingrad, and then you're more mobile, more communicative. The things that make the Germans more successful, do that and surround and then cut off. And then battle your way into Stalingrad. But because you never cut off the enemy, you're just both sides pouring into it, and urban battles are where you can have corps push into just one city and not be able to fully occupy it because it's such a three-dimensional battle space. And yes, when I was in Army Reserve Officer training by our government, they very much taught us. I wasn't given, actual, tactical, with a, a gun with blanks and mile system running around buildings, but we very much war gamed and were taught about how to fight in an urban environment with all of the difficulties that has. And this is way back in the very late 80s. So yeah, my stuff is all out of date. Hello, Holiday Punch. Stalingrad for the win. Yeah, just always do Stalin line and lure my enemies in and then crush them. Yes. Germany captured like 90% of Stalingrad or whatever it was. Yes, they did. Probably would have retreated if Hitler had actually allowed it. Well, they would have retreated probably before being surrounded. And they would have done so immediately, but Hitler stopped it until too late. They did do the one official. Von Manstein was set to sort of take over down there, or no, it wasn't von. It was Antonescu. He was the one Romanian leader the Germans had a lot of respect for. He was going to be not in charge of Stalingrad, but be in charge of part of the front, and then the whole thing happens, and they send down von Manstein. I've read Manstein's book. I forget enough of it that I'm sure I'm butchering this. But yeah, Stalingrad is important, but not itself, but just this river, this railway, and I also think there's a pipeline. I may be wrong on the pipeline that's doing oil from down here, but if you cut these here, you have to get both sides because there's, I think there's a railway on this side that isn't on the map. I think there is one. I could be wrong. But you cut that, there's nothing down here. This is even if these rivers are navigable, even if there's no real infrastructure to deal with that, I'm not sure that they are. This is definitely very navigable. There's actually a channel to go between here and get out to the Black Sea for small ships. I want to emphasize small. But you cut here, you cut all of this off. The Soviets are not, they have oil reserves, but they're going to be out of oil pretty quick. If you can hold down here and hold this effectively, the U.S. cannot supply to the level of oil, as well as it cannot supply all of the, as far as I know, this is very limited railway connection down here that I do believe existed, but is very limited. Partially, notice they don't quite match up. Now, not that they fully match up this way either, but this is much more designed. So if Lend-Lease, and massive amounts come through Iran, if Lend-Lease has to come out to here and around, it's going to be a lot less, and it's not going to be able to supply nearly enough oil. They're not really set up enough to port, ship the oil across this way. And the U.S. cannot, because of Japan, cannot really send oil this way. So Russia's going to run out of oil. Russia's going to run out of ability to do, Operation Bagration and other things like that, including running out of enough trucks being delivered to motorize the Soviet forces. So Stalingrad itself as a city is immaterial. Yeah, it has some industrial production. It has some usefulness there, but it's really here. It's really a choke point. If you get, because this is actually out here desert. I don't know if it's quite sand dune-y desert here, but it's, and it's no real infrastructure to readily move large-scale whatevers, truck convoys and whatnot. Not that you can't get something through. I'm not saying it's impassable terrain, but to supply a whole, Soviet Union effort is just not there. Let's see what Holiday Punch. I did find out that the leader of Romania and Hitler had quite an argument after Stalingrad encirclement, with Hitler blaming the Romanians for failing to hold the pocket open, with the leader of Romania arguing that it was the Wehrmacht's fault. Yeah, okay, Romania never has a modern army in this time period. I'm not talking, and even still to this day, it's not really a modern army. Sorry, Romania. It may be better than it was under the Soviets, but it's still not a modern army. And I'm sure I don't know all the details. I know I don't, but it's still not a modern army. It doesn't have a modern army. It doesn't have enough anti-tank guns. Because I'm sure it had some, I just don't remember what it was. But it doesn't have enough modern anti-tank guns that can stop the type of tanks that the Soviets, the T-34 type tanks. That was a big part of the pincer movement to cut Stalingrad off. Not that they weren't still maybe running some BT-7s and some T-26s, but it's really a backbone of T-34s with maybe some KV-1s and whatnot in it. They don't have enough anti-tank guns. And the Germans, for various reasons, some of them good, have it set up so that it's sort of a, I think if I remember correctly, 2 Romanian armies, 1 Italian army, and 1 Hungarian army, holding the flanks of Stalingrad. Now, none of those armies are really the ones that are equipped that you want to throw into the meat grinder of Stalingrad. But none of those armies are modern armies. Even the Italians aren't. Yeah, the Italians have some tanks. The Romanians have some tanks. The Hungarians have some tanks. But they're really not enough. And the tanks aren't necessarily very good. Not enough to, knock out KVs and even have trouble with T-34s. And like I say, they just don't have enough anti-tank guns. And I also believe, which is really more the Wehrmacht's issue, is that they really don't have enough supply moving forward. They don't have organized up enough supply to supply the tank guns and the artillery pieces and whatnot to feed them enough ammunition to keep them fighting. So the Germans make the mistake of pouring all of their good troops, good formations into the Battle of Stalingrad while neglecting the flanks, because they believe just another day, just another week, we've almost got this, like you say, we've almost got 90% of Stalingrad. We just push a little bit more and we've got this, and then we'll free up all the units to go do everything else. You just got to hold out long enough, and then the jaws of the traps slam closed. And von Manstein is scrambling to get, relief forces. Hitler's all in favor of a break into the pocket, not in favor of an attempt at break out. So, had you, like I say, early on, realized once you start getting real resistance to the early units that get into Stalingrad, stop pushing any more in. And this is something that you could say Gamer has 20/20 hindsight on. Yes, you're correct. But also looking at the reality, and then maybe I learned lessons. And this is what one of the big things is from my viewpoint of this channel, is learn not just what happened in history, but the lessons in history. If you're fighting, this is quite true, if you're fighting an urban battle, learn how to win it. Don't know if it's on this map here. Fallujah is what I'm thinking, but the Fallujah battle, if I'm remembering correctly. The U.S. realizes that there's a lot of insurgents, we'll call them that are in Fallujah. I think I'm getting all this right. And the U.S. realizes they want to go in and get them out, kill them, root them out. But the U.S. makes a very smart lesson. Now, I don't know I don't know the generals, obviously, but I also don't know the generals where they get the lesson from. And this, like I say, I was trained a bit on just more, classroom training again. We weren't running around buildings with guns, but in my ROTC training, classroom, urban warfare. Well, that's very good if you're, busting into a city early on, and rushing into it, and if you're effectively fighting it, great. But they realize that battle is that they're battling insurgents. So the U.S. entirely surrounds the city, allows anybody who wants to come out. Now they're going to search them and try to see if they can identify any insurgents and grab them up. But otherwise letting all the civilians out that want to or can come out. And so now they've isolated the city, so that they're not going to get any more reinforcements or any more resupply to the insurgents that are in the city. And then they go in and they fight them. Instead of like trying to wait months or whatever to die of starvation, they go in and fight them. But they've learned the lesson that you're isolating the city. You're not allowing them to have an exit to withdraw, because you don't want them to withdraw, and then once the battle's over, the civilians come back, then the insurgents come back in. No, you want to kill off the insurgents. So they've learned that lesson, to isolate the city. If you're not able to rapidly push your way through the city, isolate it. And I can learn this also from looking at the Battle of Beirut that was going on from 1975 to 1988 or whenever, however long the Battle of Beirut goes on with the different militias and whatnot. The decade plus civil war in Lebanon that really isn't over yet. It just calmed down at times. So I'm not saying it's just like learning the Stalingrad battle. Stalingrad's out here. But the U.S. Army has learned. So I look at that. Whether it's Paulus or Hitler, because he's sort of managing the Eastern Front by that time and letting the Western Front manage. I think, what is it? Is it the OK? One of them, the OKW is one. Either the OKW, I think, is running the Western Front, and the OKH is running the Eastern Front, or is it vice versa? But Hitler is sort of the one that, the Wolf Slayer, is sort of overly managing the Eastern Front. So I don't know where quite some of the orders are happening, but at some point they should have, and fairly quickly, should just learn that, you don't necessarily do the Leningrad thing in that we're going to try to seal you off, bombard you, starve you out, but you learn that you isolate them and then drive into the city. And the same for Moscow. Yeah, if your early spearheads are able to bust into the city and it's, oh my God, tanks are here, either we surrender or we're running away, great. Do that. Try that. If your momentum of attack, whatever city this is, whatever future battle, and I know no one listens to me, but whatever future battle you may have, very much try with momentum to push into the city. Because again, warfare is a political act. Politics is perception. So if you have oh shit, the tanks are here, we've lost, mentality that somebody's going to have, well then great, you're winning. But if they're like, oh, the tanks are here, let's get in buildings and throw Molotov cocktails onto the top of tanks or other improvised explosives, you know, and shoot down, you know, RPG-7s, you know, from the rooftops and all that stuff. Get the tanks the fuck out of the city. Isolate it. Pound it. Push in. You know, in an organized, you know, building to building, block to block fashion, with the tanks as support fire, you know, hanging back so they're not, you know, in grenade throwing range, but they're, you know, close in blasting. You know, go in and reduce the city. You know, do that. If, you know, if plan A doesn't work, know that you have plan B, but part of plan B is you gotta isolate the city, because and it doesn't have to be 100% surrounding, but, you know, for something like this, but you got to cut the rail links. You got to cut the ability for them to move large amounts of supplies. Yeah, if, you know, the enemy wants to trickle out through the forests and there's a trickle of reinforcements or resupply, well, big deal. So long as you have enough momentum and force to grind through it. Yeah. But you want to cut off any major flows of supplies, which may require completely cutting the city off, but may not. But you got to cut it off from, you know, meaning I don't know that you had to take Lake Ladoga and fully surround Leningrad, but do enough and then push in, which they never push in. The Finns hold at the, you know, the Winter War, you know, this sort of boundary here, they hold here, wherever it is, and they don't move beyond that. And the Germans just never push hard into it. I'm not saying there's never a probing attack. There are some, but they never push hard. They're just sort of pushing for weakness to see if the Soviets are going to collapse of starvation, and they're lobbing artillery rounds into positions. But there's never a big drive. And of course, as time goes on, the Soviets are more and more reinforced in here, so that a big drive becomes more and more difficult. So they should have before winter made it up here, and then made it a priority to push in and do it. They just don't. Okay, let's finish off the chat here. Find it though. Yes. Okay. Were the Romanian, Italian, Hungarian armies capable of capturing Stalingrad instead of mostly German forces? Okay, I would not say those forces had either the motivation, you know, the people motivation, or the training or the experience to fight the Battle of Stalingrad. They might have been enough had they been used before the Soviets were able to, because this whole operation is to some degree, you know, the push into here is a surprise to the Soviets. It's not like, oh my God, we didn't think the Soviets or the Germans were going to attack us, but they didn't realize, as far as I know, that this is where the major attack was going to happen. So they're not prepared. So had you used momentum, I think the flanking forces, had they kept their momentum up, they could have been used in this, you know, as part of the forces that surround it, because there are, particularly with the Italians, there are some motivated black shirts, you know, fascists motivated to fight the Bolshevik scourge of the earth. Whether they're well trained or not, they're well motivated. There are other Italians that are reasonably well trained, okayish equipped. Their tanks are just too weak to take on enemy tanks. But, you know, for driving around and blowing up enemy machine gun bunkers, yeah, they're fine. You know, they're right. They're all right for light tanks. But come up against the T-34, oh God, no. You know, I would rather get out and run away and hope I can run faster than those tanks can run me over, and hope that, you know, that the machine gunner in the tank isn't very accurate, that I run away. Or if I can turn around and drive away for a while and get to some forest and get out of the tank, I'm abandoning that a tank. You know, I'm not going to fight a T-34 in anything the Italians have. And basically the same for the Romanian and the Hungarian. They do make some tank destroyers, you know, heavier guns, German guns mounted on Romanian and Hungarian tank hulls that are okay. You know, so yeah, again, fighting infantry, fighting lightly armored type stuff, their stuff works. So they would have been okay, but but you're also getting, even before, before needing to airlift, there's just not a rail, because it's not just how much rail capacity infrastructure, which the Soviets have been doing some level of job of destroying. I say some level, not like it's all destroyed, but here and there, that the Germans are replacing, but still for the longest time, and I don't know if this ever gets upgraded to or reset, I should say, to the European standard. So it's how many captured train engines and how many captured rail cars do they have to move supplies, and then how many, there's wagons moving supplies, and the Hungarian and the Romanian supply lines are just all stretched so thin for this that I don't know that they would have had the offensive capability to conduct offensives, because it's like I talked about earlier at the start of the stream. There are times, like particularly like in World War I, in which, the Russians, we're getting ready for an offensive against the Austrians. We got 100 artillery pieces. Yay, that's a lot. Yay. We got 5 rounds per artillery gun. So y'all shoot 5 times and then the artillery crews can go home or take a break because there's no more thing for them to do because they just don't have the ammunition. Well, if you've got a Hungarian or Romanian or Italian artillery unit and you don't have any ammunition or just a few rounds for emergencies if we're attacked, they're going to be no good at the offense. And if there's no supply lines, if the Germans, because the Romanian supply lines are wagons. They're not trucks, they're wagons. Yeah, they got some trucks, yes, but their supply lines are wagons. So unless you're running on the Reichsbahn, which is the German railway service, which is trying to keep the railway running. So unless the German Reichsbahn is operating enough train cars moving east and then taking wounded out and prisoners and other things back out west, unless they can bring the Romanian supplies up there, whether it's a supply depot at Rostov or whatever, they're on wagons taking all this time here, dropping off, and then the wagons are going back home, and that's what their supply lines look like. So you can understand why they're not doing things if you can't. Now, if you can't supply them well enough. And that, of course, comes on the Germans' head. So yes, it's both sides of the argument are both correct and wrong. Yes, the Romanians, the Italians, the Hungarians just are not capable of holding the lines, but even whatever their capabilities they did have were not supported enough by the Germans, and the Germans should not have allowed them to hold that line so independently. Had you, I'm not saying it would have won, but it would have been a different situation had you done a 1/3 German, 2/3 other, meaning have like a German division, then a Italian division, and another Italian division, and then a German division, and then have these things spaced out, and or have a pool. The other thing would be is to have a pool of German divisions that were fire brigades that were not being, and of course the Germans, just one more division and we've got Stalingrad kind of thing. So they're constantly pouring it into Stalingrad. But had they kept a pool of divisions that could have reacted, now they sent a lot of the Panzer divisions down south to try to take the oil fields, so they were off somewhere else. But had they had a pool of divisions or divisions around the flanks, it could have been a different outcome. I'm not saying for sure they would have won. I don't have enough information really to answer that in a definitive way, but I know it would have been much more difficult for the Soviets, because the Soviets are pouring across. They too are outrunning their supply lines. The trucks are not able to run through all that snow to resupply them. So the Soviet forces that are going into to fight, they're sort of with the stuff they can carry, and eventually they'll get resupplied, but not rapidly. So if they've got to fight a lot, they've got to grind through their ammo. And with a modern war, we can look at Japanese suicide attacks bullshit, which is really just bullshit. They did them. It's just they were bullshit in their effectiveness. really, once you're out of ammo, you're out of the fight. The mere fact that you got a rifle and a bayonet, yeah, in World War I, in World War II, you're out of the fight. It is time to withdraw that unit to a supply point that it can have ammunition. So you can advance beyond your ammunition supply, but realize once you do that, if you have any serious setbacks, immediately fall back to your ammunition. Don't try to hold it. So if you run into a brick wall, well, stop. If the enemy starts pushing you, retreat to your supply line. If you've outrun your supply. Now, if you're able to supply it, you can punch through the brick wall. It's very doable, but you got to have that supply line, and that's what we're looking at here. And again, why Hearts of Iron 4? And again, I'm not saying this version of Hearts of Iron 4 is the final version of where it should end up. We can look at some mods. I'm still probably going to be disappointed with Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 4, because if it's anything like what they've done for it, they're doing all kinds of things to counterbalance player ability instead of just realizing the AI sucks and letting it suck. Okay, and Holiday Punch. Yeah, it wasn't Lend-Lease coming through both Murmansk Railway and the Persian railways after they had invaded Iran. Yes, logistics have never been strong suit of the Hares. Well, I would disagree with that, Elizabeth. I would disagree with that entirely. One of the Wunderwaffe and I saw some videos on it when I'm going to do some. I've actually collected and helped, thanks particularly with Eric. I've gotten some actual World War II gas cans. Not just German ones, but several of them, including a British flimsy and some of the others. That the Germans set up the most modern, and it's really only the Americans and eventually the British also copying it, is the Wunderwaffe is the jerry can. And if you look at Americans copy it but do so badly and don't understand why it is so wonderful, and don't make a decent can but not a Wunderwaffe can. The British eventually copy it exactly, very exactly. But they also develop a system because they realize, the Panzer Army realizes it needs its gas. So and I described this before, I'll do it so now. They have a fuel dump. They have trucks, big fuel tank trucks, railway cars, whatever, coming in with the fuel, and they're filling up mostly the 5-gallon jerry cans. And then trucks will get loaded with the jerry cans. The trucks drive down a pre-subscribed route as far as they can and get to a point that they're near enough to the front lines. They start unloading the gas cans. Often local troops, including panzer troops, guys from the tanks, are helping unload the trucks. They unload the trucks of the tanks, and this is more efficient than the other system that like the Allies are using, and the Germans use to some degree too, of having a tanker truck with 2 hoses coming out to fill up two tanks or 2 trucks or two whatever that's going to be, the combat unit vehicles, because you can only do 2 at a time. Where if you have a bunch of guys swarm the trucks, they offload the trucks, and then the tank crews themselves are pouring the jerry cans rapidly into the fuel tanks of the tanks and driving away, or the half tracks that are towing the artillery or whatever it may be. Rapid refueling, and then that truck, as soon as it's empty, the 2-man crew of that truck turns around, starts driving back up the line that they just went. So they know the path more or less. They have a map, but they more or less know the route. They're driving it back until they get to a point that somewhere they see a big pile of empty jerry cans. So now these are empty ones. So now the crew, normally more than one truck, but start loading these jerry cans back, these empty ones back on, and a man can pick up because the way the handles are designed, can pick up 4 jerry cans that are empty at once and carry them and load them onto the truck and fill up the truck, and then those trucks drive back to the fuel dump with the empty fuel cans that now the local guys there quickly swarm the truck, unload all those guys that the guys can eat something, whatnot, and while other guys load their truck back up with full jerry cans, and then they drive to the front. So they designed this before that, and it's the whole. And so there's the Wunderwaffe of the jerry can itself, and it's not just a can of fuel. There's a whole technical way it's designed, all the way. It's actually secret, and there's some stories around that. I'll tell some other time. I've already told them in the past videos. But it's this. The Wunderwaffe is the can. The system that implements it is great. They're great at this scale. At this scale of front, it's great. This is just too big. It's not that the Germans don't do logistics well. They do. They are in 1942, that time period, they are the best in the world. Eventually, the British catch up with them. But they're not really catching up with them until Montgomery in the Battle of Tobruk and the counteroffensive, which is later in 42. And then the Americans surpass everybody eventually. So, and Germany at worst is number 3 at that point, or at best number 2 in the world on logistics. They get it. The Soviets at best are number 4. So number 1 is eventually in the war is America. We can argue whether Germany or Britain should be number 2 and number 3, and how they should, whether it's a tie for those two or not. And the Soviets at best are number 4. Italy never gets enough trucks. Soviets only get enough trucks because, 40,000 trucks are delivered to the Soviets from American factories. So they would not be nearly as good if they didn't have the American trucks and American training to do so. They also get a lot of American training. It's not talked about a lot, but they get a lot of American training to do what they can do. Italy is nowhere near that level. Japan is nowhere near that level. And who else is there? There really isn't. I mean, Australia good. Yeah, but Australia I'm just lumping in with the British. So yeah, it's Soviets at best at number 4. It's just the problem with the Germans isn't their ability at logistics, it's the scale. Is the scale of re-gauging the railways. It's the distance they've got to drive. So the truck, let's just say, in a day, can be loaded up, move up to the front, load it from back here, wherever in Germany or wherever, loaded from the front or a major, railway head supply dump, wherever that is, but loaded from there, drive up to the front, unload, and drive back in a day. Say, from whatever railhead, wherever you have the railheads, it may be a 4-day round trip. So you need 4 times as much trucks to deliver the same amount of supply. Because they're also doing the same thing. They just don't have the pick up empty fuel cans with things like food or ammo. They're not like trying to pick up the empty crates and take them back. They may, after the battle is over, scrounge all that stuff up. But during the supply run, they're not relying upon, oh hey, we delivered a crate of ammo or a crate of food. Where's that empty crate? They don't need that element. But there is the similar sort of element of supplying food and ammo and whatnot to the troops as they're moving, and anything else. It's just the scale. So one railway car hauling supplies from here to get ready to, punch down into France or something. Okay, that's going to haul that much stuff, but you're going to need 4 railway cars to move the same amount of supplies because of the difficulty. It's more scale, and later in the war, particularly with fuel, but also with ammo, is there's just not enough of it. They're just not making enough ammunition. And I'm thinking more artillery than small arms, but small arms. Part of it is a transportation bottleneck. Part of it is just not enough fuel, not enough ammo to supply the guns. Like I say, when a tank is out of fuel or the tank is out of ammo, it's done. It doesn't matter, if the tank is out of fuel, but it has all the ammo it needs, well, it's just going to be surrounded. It's just no longer functional. You abandon it. If you have fuel, but you no longer have, you may have a round or 2 left, but you're going home. You're turning around and going home. The Fuhrer says to stay. What? Hold your Luger pistol out of the tank turret and shoot at the enemy? No, you turn around and you go home once you no longer have ammo. And so that is as much the problem later in the war as it is a logistical supplying it issue. There is that too. And of course the Soviets, the Americans back home are, bombing railways and railway yards and all that. The Soviets are doing the same. Partisans are blowing up bridges and just railway sections. The Soviets are, doing airstrikes on railway things. They're doing all that to disrupt the logistics too. But I would say the Germans are pretty good at it. It's just scale and everything is just too much. Okay, Holiday to Punch says, I know they didn't go into Leningrad because Hitler decided to change strategy into a siege and starvation. Yes. But that was the wrong choice. Maybe the right choice isn't, maybe the right choice is not to go to war with the Soviet Union in 1941. But I think a isolation and then rapid assault is what should have happened. But they made the wrong choice. As well as diverting forces to Moscow and southern fronts. Absolutely, that happened. I could be wrong, but I've read both the German High Command and the Soviets mostly planned for Moscow to be the target, but Hitler focused on the Ukraine instead, so it was somewhat of a surprise. Yeah, there's a lot of debate over that whole thing. Hitler isn't stupid. Hitler has ideological blinders. Hitler also is not a logician. Hitler is also not a trained high command person. He's a military man. He's a corporal. He is one of the few corporals, and one of the very few corporals, and one of the few NCOs that gets Iron Cross First Class in World War I. Where they're, at some points, I think, maybe I'm overstating it, but they're handing out Iron Crosses like candy to officers. He actually earns one as an enlisted man, which is a rare thing indeed. So it's not like grade inflation or, oh, hey, let's just give everybody an Iron Cross for 50 days service on the actual front lines or something. No, he earns it. He's an evil man, but he earns the Iron Cross. So Hitler understands some aspects of warfare, but he never gets trained on the big picture. And he doesn't understand when generals say no. He thinks it's a matter of will. He's experienced, his war was entirely on the Western Front, in which the Germans largely had effective supply levels. They, both the infrastructure getting the supply there and effective amounts of machine gun ammunition. Normally it's not a situation that the machine guns have run out of ammo, we have to retreat. It's the enemy have, you know, bombarded us and surrounded and overwhelmed us, and we've had to fall back, maybe carrying the machine, you know, the heavy machine guns with us, maybe not, but that's his war. He is not realizing, because yeah, he visits the front lines just a handful of times, and they're not even the front lines, but forward areas. Most of the time he's sitting back here in East Prussia at the Wolf's Lair, getting reports. He has no idea of what it is like at the front, because there's very clear evidence in various wars, whether it's the American Civil War or World War II, of two commanders going, man, we're under intense barrages here, we need reinforcements. And one guy has 5 artillery shells fired at him, the other guy has 500 artillery shells fired at him. Not quite that dramatic, but definitely the way they're reporting it is one unit commander, whatever scale, is reporting heavy artillery. Well, this is as heavy as he's ever seen it. The other guy, just, you know, a few miles away, literally, is facing, you know, magnitude scale greater artillery, and he's holding out. And if you're the rear, you're the commander of both of these units, whether they're divisions, companies, platoons, battalions, doesn't matter. You're the commander behind the line, and you're getting equal reports. Where do you send the reinforcements? Because both reports sound the same. You know, and you got to make a decision. Where do you send? And you know, so what do you do? Roll dice, flip coins. I don't know. You know, how do you make that decision when you both get reports of a heavy attack? You know, there's no good answer to that. So now the one answer is, do you know the commanders? And do you know their experience? It's not are they good or bad, but what kind of campaigns are they used to leading? How do they normally report things? Does one commander, you know, he just, yeah, it was a tough day today. A bit tough. When it was hellish. And the other guy, oh man, it was a very hard fight today. We made it through. Now, they may be both great commanders, but just the way they interpret and talk about things. Now, you learn that after a while. And so when one guy reports in, we've got a bit of trouble here. Oh, shit, we've got to send all the reinforcements there. And the other guy saying, oh, my God, we've got a tough battle in front of us. I don't know if we can make it. You just do, you know, you learn your commanders. Well, Hitler's not part of the club. Hitler doesn't know these commanders. He is, through his whole career, is isolated from them. So, and Hitler's trying to run the war. And he has yes men generals around him because he's gotten rid of any of the ones that challenge him. So, yeah, I think I'm describing this accurately. So, even if we get out away from my, you know, again, and I keep restating because I think it's incredibly important. Warfare is a political act. Politics is perception. So if you seem, even if we get rid of unstoppable Germans, man, they're busting into Moscow. They're unstoppable. We might as well stop fighting now. Even if we get away from that. Look at this map. And then look at this map. What's more important? Now, the one thing not on this map is the food. And there's part of the supposed motivation for the timing, at least. Hitler always wants to go east. But the necessity to go to war with the Soviet Union before you've concluded the war with Britain, that you didn't have to do, but the sort of Hitler's being told, the need for the food down here and securing this, and securing, chromium and other tungsten and other sort of, I don't know if there's specifically on this map any tungsten, but some of the other rare materials down here, that if I don't have to trade for some of these things, including oil that's down here, that if I don't have to trade for them, I will do better. Is that more important to maintain your... And partially because first Todt and then Speer that are running the war economy, they're his people. Todt is an SA man. That's why, even though he's sometimes pictured in this game, no, it's, I want to come here. Thinking, yes. No, it's not. I'm in the wrong spot again. It's here. Even though he's pictured in this game with a black uniform, he did not wear a black uniform. I know the photo that this comes from. It's a black and white photo. I know he was never involved with the SS. He never wore a black uniform. It was just a brown uniform, an SA uniform that photographed as sort of being dark. I know it's a pet peeve. This is a pet peeve. This isn't a real issue. But he is an SA man. He's ideologically there. He is never really one of Hitler's inner circle, but he's a trusted person who is also running a lot of construction jobs and doing it well. He is a buddy, a guy Hitler just likes spending time with, talking architecture and art, and it's sort of like, which I don't do, but sort of like guys who like to talk sports together. These two guys are have this kind of thing. When Hitler is going to do his one, ends up being obviously one time only, but his first big tour of Paris, he brings along two guys, Arno Becker, a sculptor, an artist, and Speer. Those are the two guys that he brings along as like, hey dudes, want to come out and hang out in Paris with me? Also having the generals and whoever else out, but the sort of social guys, one of them is Speer. So he trusts Speer. So when Speer says you can or can't do something, we don't have enough fuel, mein Führer. He believes that Speer is not being defeatist. He believes Speer is telling him the correct stuff. So Speer is telling him, very correctly, I do believe, or Todt earlier on, that we need the resources down here. None of those two guys are looking at this map. That if we take Moscow, look, if we got something in Gorky, and how do we get it to Leningrad? If we don't have Moscow, how do we get a T-34 to the Leningrad front if it's manufactured down here? What? Send it all the way back to here and then send it all the way back? Yeah, right. Drive it across here? Okay. So you got to drive the T-34. It gets to here, it breaks down. You got to send it back to the factory to get repaired. I'm serious. How do you get anything up here? Boxes of ammo? Okay, put them on the river barge. Okay, yeah. Right time of year though, because it freezes over. Okay, you want to get something down to here, and it's at Gorky. Well, hey, yeah, Moscow down, no problem. Okay, Moscow gone. Okay, we got to send it all the way down here, over to here, down to here. Okay, and so that train, let's just say, is taking twice as long. So to move the same amount of supplies, you need twice as many trains. Moscow is the strategic center logistically for Russia. Again, everybody who's not new around here, hi, it's Dave, 45. I use terms very specifically. Sometimes I'm talking about the Soviet Union, talking about the politics. If I'm talking about Russia, talking about a geographical area. Sometimes the country, Imperial Russia. But, politically right now, in 1941, this is the Soviet Union. but geographically it's Russia. So I'm talking about the infrastructure. So the strategic center. Yes, rivers play a very important part. Rivers are not nearly as efficient as railways. Rivers have certain vulnerabilities, but also here rivers are seasonal because they freeze over. And it's not just getting something from Gorky to the front, it's getting resources from wherever, especially like fuel down here, getting stuff around, and not just how much infrastructure there is to the railway links, because this is somewhat simplified. It's not that they really, some places at times they do have multiple tracks going together. You'll especially find out here in some of these places you'll have 4 or 6 tracks basically side by side that are designed, and not just like at a railway yard, but going in between some of these cities that they're just between, like Detroit and Chicago, they're just high density railway movements. They've just built out. Some of that is because there's multiple companies building railways that are competing. Some of it is just high traffic areas. And yeah, in parts of Germany, it's sort of equivalent of that. Not so much out here, but still it's infrastructure, it's the ability to, railway yards to handle all the stuff. There is a density issue. I would argue for the Moscow first, and then grind out the rest. This is getting rid of the perception. If both sides are going to fight to the bitter end, so propaganda, who's winning or losing, because if we lost, we're dead, so we're fighting until death. I'm going to go get Moscow first, then grind for the resources. I think that is the right answer. I also believe very much in securing my flank when you can do so. Sometimes the flanks may sort of be hanging out here in the wind, okay, but here we have a finite area. We have, and I don't know the level of communication. There's just that one meeting between Mannerheim and Hitler. The Finns more or less, and now it's mostly happening up here and up here, sort of two different fronts. One's being supplied by the ocean that's trying to move along the coast. The other is, supplying by river and road, trying to cut off the Murmansk railway connection here. The Finns allow the Germans to push outside of Finland. There was never, to my knowledge, a real, and I can get things wrong. It's not because I don't know, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. But to my knowledge, there was never a real push into Leningrad. It was more like, as you say, they move up, they get some resistance, Hitler decides on a siege. I'm not sure why, because there's definitely real indications that Hitler would have leveled Leningrad, instead of trying to keep it as some sort of northern capital or northern area for German occupation. So I don't know why he doesn't really push, even really give it a good try. But they should have, if they can't move Finland off of we're just fighting a defensive war, we're retaking our territory and we're fighting a defensive war. They should have okay, well, let's see, can we move 3-4 divisions, in, and then, attack out of your territory and combined with an attack, from the south. This should have been a serious thing. They should at least give it one serious push. If that failed, well then, yes, let's focus on Moscow, take Moscow, and then re-examine whether the next push should be in the south or in the north. But that's my prescription of what I think should have happened. Now, we could argue about whether it would have been better to push hard for Moscow or do some of the encirclements. That's very debatable. Because, and I say this because if you take Moscow, and the Soviets have a big force still around, you could either have a Stalingrad type situation, meaning a surrounding. You know, even if like you bust in, Moscow surrenders, you know, Stalin flees, the Cheka and the NKVD and all those guys flee, and they've, you know, evacuated at least some of the industry, and so it's all just sort of, you know, and the people there just sort of give up. Okay, and you're in possession of Moscow, and you have large enemy forces. Either they can cut you off, or they can sort of do a Napoleon kind of thing, which is sort of what does happen, in that you have a winter offensive and they get thrown back. And so, yeah, they're not wrong. I don't know that they're right, but they're not wrong in pushing for the encirclements. Where you're wrong is waiting until June to start the attack and not making winter preparations. Again, even if you ideologically believe, you know, you believe something is a fact. Like, I don't know how many of you out there still believe in man-caused global warming. I think that's entirely debunked now. I know all elements of science are unsettled. There is no one element. Oh, wait a minute. There's one element, and one element only is settled science. No other scientist out there, any other scientist, will agree that anything is settled in science except global warming. That is the one area of science that is settled science, which means it's not science, it's a belief system. Maybe you still believe in man-caused global warming. I think, you know, even Greta Thunberg has given that up for her Palestinian communist revolutionary beliefs. But global warming is a total fraud, people. Oh, the Earth got warmer, but that man is at all responsible for it. And man can, without creating nuclear winter, I mean, we can create an ice age, people. Let's do it. We can evacuate areas, but set off nuclear bombs, and we can do it in volcanoes to put up so much ash up in the sky that it'll literally be sort of dark, and will just sort of be like you know, early evening at noon for the northern hemisphere, and we can go into an ice age. We can do it, humanity. We can do it. Just, we got enough nukes. It ain't no problem. We can do it. We don't have to blow up cities. We can evacuate large parts of the continents or islands that we're going to nuke so they don't get nuclear radiation or get blown up. We can do all that, and we can create a nuclear winter. It's quite possible to do, and we can keep it going. We can do 100 years of nuclear winter and recreate, you know, ice sheets up to the global maximum previous ice ages if we want to. But unless we're going to do that, killing millions of people, and we are killing millions of people with our global warming nonsense, not by shooting them in the head, but by causing famines and other things in other parts of the world, just so that we can keep some Andaman Islands from sinking below the ocean, where there's 5,000-10,000 people that need to be relocated. If we have to, fuck it, we should just relocate the people if we want to. We can even compensate them for their loss of property, and some islands are going to go away. So whatever's causing warming, and we can talk about that, it ain't fucking man. Because I can give you real signs of warmer periods in history, particularly the classical world and then the medieval warm period. And I can talk about real documentable, the Dark Ages were colder and the Renaissance got colder. They've even called that a mini ice age. It gets severely colder. It's already warming up pre-industrial age. And we got that as fact. And notice the Earth hasn't been getting too much warmer recently. I think we're nearing the sort of medieval warm period warmness. Whatever is causing the cycles, and we can talk about the Gulf Stream, we can talk about solar activity, we can talk about other things that are shifting in our environments that are causing warming or cooling periods. but they go way back before man was any sort of factor on this surface of our Earth. We can talk about, comet impacts, that big Tunguska, wherever it is out here, that was a big comet impact. We can talk about those kind of things that we know happened. Were they the cause, including like major volcanic eruptions that put enough ash up in the air that caused things to shift? Whatever caused it to get cold, that then is now not making it happen, that's all up to debate in my mind. But any of you who still believe in global warming, I'm sorry, you're mistaken. So yeah, where was I before I got off on that tangent? Taking out, the situation here. In my opinion, the war is winnable by the Germans in the fight against the Soviet Union. It's a combination of Hitler's bad mistakes. Not just Hitler, but Hitler is the worst causer of mistakes. And there's in the end of American Lend-Lease. It's the two things that doomed the Eastern Front. That's my brief analysis. We can go deeper, obviously. Okay, it's Dave 45. Hi, how you doing? I'm trying to place this. I'm at 3rd October 1939. I'm the United Kingdom. I'm at war, but I'm totally lost. I don't know how to move around. There's so much to this game. There absolutely is. You can watch some of my older videos. You can watch other people's videos. Even Paradox has a channel, I think it's a Hearts of Iron 4 channel or whatever on YouTube, that explains some of this stuff. This takes time to learn. It really takes time to learn. It's Dave. I can't give it to you in brief now. Again, if you want to go back, either watch my live streams or watch my prepared episodes, or watch other people's that may be a little more concise on tutorials, though I do have some, though I don't know, they're a bit out of date, older for Hearts of Iron 4. But there's a learning curve with this game. Games like this at this scale need learning curves. So I'm sorry you're having a bit of frustrating time. I can tell from your statement. Just keep at it is my best advice, and look for different tutorials. Just watch videos, let them roll on, watch what they're doing. Hopefully they're sort of explaining, or I'm sort of at the time explaining enough, and you're getting things. So hope that helps. Hello, what's that? The Gigalon? I don't know. I don't think Germany had logistical capabilities to ever win on the Eastern Front. Well, I've gone into that. I know that's a comment from a little while ago. So hopefully I've given my position on it. It is so vast, obviously. Okay, Holiday Punch. How do you think a fight between fully combat-ready Germany in, let's say, early 41 versus United States would play out? Well, in 41, America's not prepared for the war. America doesn't have any good tanks in 41. It's getting the Lee tanks out there, which are okay tanks. They're okay for what they are and the time period and what they're facing. But we can see in 42, in the sort of late-ish 42, that is, the North Africa landings and whatnot. And that's at first, just against the Vichy French, who really don't want to fight the Americans. And then against early Germans that they're getting their butts kicked early on just because they're not really prepared for it. So yeah, it's, Americans are gearing up for it. Italians may not have enough trucks, but the Italian trains run on time. Well, yeah, that's in Italy. And Mussolini actually does get Italy reasonably efficient in its trains operation. It's not bad. But that's just inside of Italy. That's not off on the Eastern Front. But I get your joke. I would say Ukraine is probably more important than Moscow because all the food and grain the German army can get from there. Ukraine is also the way to the Caucasus and oil fields. Yeah, holiday punchline, but you missed. It will take, in my opinion, and it's somewhat informed, somewhere between 1 and 2 years before they start seeing meaningful amounts of oil out of here. Because the Soviets the Germans don't know this, of course, so this is hindsight looking at it. The Soviets have wired or put explosives around all of the oil infrastructure down here in Baku. And they're just waiting to blow it. I mean, they literally have it all wired up before the Germans get, and they get nowhere near it, actually, obviously. They get sort of like, to here or somewhere. But they're ready to blow all those oil fields and blow all of the pipelines and all of the infrastructure in the area. They're just going to, just destroy it all. So the Germans are going to have to rebuild it all. So it doesn't matter if they capture it from the German perspective of getting to use the oil. Yeah, they deny it to the Soviets, which is very, very, very useful. Soviets do have a stockpile outside of the Caucasus. Can't quite readily point to it right offhand, but they do have stockpiles, and significant stockpiles of oil that they're going to be able to fight on for some time. But eventually they're going to run out of oil, and again, the Western, particularly the Americans, are not going to be able to supply them in with enough oil. Particularly if they take the railway connections down here. The Germans are holding that. So I still think Moscow is more important. It just is. I think so. After nitpick, that is, Rudolf Hess stopped wearing his SS uniform in 1939 in favor of party uniforms. Yeah, that's true too. Talked about it, what was it, last week or the week before, a lot about the interesting who was Rudolf Hess. That's a very, very interesting thing. I've not really read a good biography on him, but he is a fascinating man. I think people gloss over him way too much. Because in many ways, he's the man responsible for all of this. He is the main enabler of Hitler. I see Hitler purely as a personality. Hitler's not an organizer. Hitler could not organize up a political party to save his life. The person who was running the NSDAP, not the SA, not some other organizations, but the NSDAP, is Hess. He is the deputy Führer, the deputy party leader. Those are two different terms, two different job titles, that he has both of them. He is running the party. He is organizing stuff up. Hitler cannot. Hitler's an idea man, and a very evil one, a very poignant personality for Germany in the post-World War era. But I don't know a lot about Anton Drexler and some of the other people that are involved in the very early, the DAP, the Deutsches Arbeiters Party, that Hitler joins, and some of these other personalities that are really sort of functioning it. But without Rudolf Hess, and I still think, like I was saying in the last thing, I think Hess is assigned to Hitler as a minder, that he, in essence, betrays the people that he is sort of being a minder for and joins Hitler's team. But maybe I have that wrong, in that maybe, because, there's a lot of stuff going on in that sort of shadowy world that is happening, that Hess is part of that shadowy world long before Hitler joins it. And Hess stays in prison past his... Well, Hess is offered out of it. I don't know whether it's his prison term is up or if he's offered early release, but he stays in prison to stay next to Hitler, to be the actual author of Mein Kampf, in that Hitler's dictating it and Hess is writing it down and sort of doing the at least first level edits to Mein Kampf so that it's a book. Again, Hitler can't really write a book. He dictates stuff out and other people organize it up for him. So Hess is a very, very key person to all of this, beyond what... And a lot of people start ignoring Hess once you start studying him once Hitler's in power. He's just sort of a guy in the background. But he is very popular within Germany because, at least for all the major speeches and a lot of the minor ones, Hess is the guy who comes out and warms up the crowd. Not just introduce, here is Hitler, come on, give it applause. No, he is the warm-up act for Hitler. So, and that definitely is not like, oh my God, we got to listen to Hess for half an hour. Oh, I'll turn this off, or oh, why did I come to this rally? No, they're excited to hear Hess speak. And because they wouldn't keep using him as the warm-up for Hitler. And that's all part of Hitler's kind of thing, is he gets the crowd there for a 10 o'clock speech by Hitler, and Hitler doesn't show up until 11. Because, the anticipation. But it isn't like a silent audience hall, everybody just gabbing to each other waiting for it. It's sort of this warm-up acts that are going on. And then finally Hitler comes in and delivers the sort of the headline, everybody, cheer, long speeches. There's all this stuff. So Hess is a super key figure, and I'm just sort of scratching the surface with Hess and all of his things going on. And as earlier I was talking about the change, and I know I got sidetracked, I forget by what. Early on it's Hitler, Hess, and then things below him. After the fall of France, it's Hitler, Goering, and things and military things particularly below him. Hitler sets up that Goering is now Hitler's successor, because Hitler is worried about dying, whether in an assassination attempt, whether a person with a gun or a bomb going off, because there's a bunch of bomb plots that Hitler, some have survived or narrowly missed, some that they catch people on the way that carrying a bomb. There's these various bomb plots that are going on. People are putting bombs on Hitler's plane, and Hitler doesn't take the plane, and the plane blows up. Oh, that's how we lose Todt. Somebody puts the bomb on it, hoping to get Hitler. And so Hitler, or being, in an air raid or some other attack by the Allies, or a military coup against him. And so he's setting up that, well, if you get me, I trust Goering to prosecute the war. He doesn't trust Hess. This is why Hess feels very sidelined and leads him down the road to his eventual crazy, attempt to get Britain to surrender. Because Goering's star has eclipsed Hess, and Hess wants to do the dramatic thing, and Preishofer and other crew convince Hess that he has a destiny and he can do this, and the stars and because Hess is even more mystically minded than Hitler. Hitler's very mystically minded. So is Himmler. I don't think so much Goering, and I rather not Goebbels. Goebbels in my understanding, uses prophecies and that stuff very opportunistically in propaganda, but I don't know that he's really buying into any of it. Where Hitler, Hess, and Himmler very, very much are. Goering, I think, somewhat. But, you know, so you got to all sort of look at all these kind of things. So, yes. Okay. The Pink Floyd, how you doing? Do you think Stalin would have invaded if Hitler laid defensive on the East and continued trade with... I believe, obviously I don't know because we're speculating, I believe Stalin would have invaded the moment he thought he could do so successfully. Okay. There are serious indications of Soviet military preparations. A bunch of it is just, oh shit, we fucking lost, because they functionally did. They didn't, you know, you could sort of say, oh, well, they took some territory from Finland. Yes. But the real goal was to take Finland. They just got their butts kicked in Finland, you know, in the winter of 39 to 40. That 1940 and into 41, Stalin is trying to reorganize his armed forces. And I think the Germans notice this. I'm sure they do. You know, through radio intercepts, there's a whole squadron of aircraft that the Germans scrub all indications of. You know, they might know that they're German-made aircraft, but there's no, like, German markings on the aircraft. Some are captured aircraft of various types that are specifically overflying the Soviet Union and spy missions that largely get away with it, you know, that they're not shot down. But even if they're shot down, they're just going to be, oh, that's just an airplane. There's nobody in a uniform, because, you know, their uniforms are not official Luftwaffe uniforms. They're just, you know, wearing some sort of flight suits that are operating, trying to spy on the Soviet Union, you know, well before the invasion. It's not like getting prepared for the invasion. I don't know when they start their flights, but definitely after, you know, after they have a contiguous border, you know, with them, they start doing this. And they're noticing all these changes. And it's not just building a, you know, a Stalin line or something, you know, building fortifications. That I think can honestly give the Germans the impression that the Soviets are getting ready to invade. I think that is an honest interpretation of what you could be getting. Not just trying to please the boss, you know, please Hitler or something, give him what he wants to hear. I think there's good indications that there are. Do I really think in 41 he was getting ready to invade? No. I do think Stalin is getting ready for the opportunity of an invasion. What's happening? What's going to happen? We can see the Italians collapsing on, and Stalin's being fed this information. The Italians collapsing on the Mediterranean. Now Rommel comes down and saves them, but that doesn't mean that the British aren't going to send even more forces and start creating a southern front in Italy, drawing off a lot of Germans. That doesn't mean that, you know, and you also have to look at Soviet perceptions of the world. How big is the quote-unquote British army? You know, it includes the Indian army and all these other things. You know, how many millions of Indians can they theoretically draft into the British army? Now, the actual number is 0 because the Indian army is not drafted. It's pure. It's the largest pure volunteer army of World War II. They may not have a choice, the Indian soldiers, on whether they go fight in the war or not, you know, whether they're home garrison or overseas deployed, but they volunteer for the army. There is no draft in India. they choose to join the army. No, most of them, as to the ones who joined before the war starts, but after the war starts, they know that they very likely could end up anywhere on the globe, not just defending India. But they know that's also part of it because the Japanese are, fighting on the borders of India and Burma. So there can very well be the perception that with the Soviets that, and also realize before the invasion of the Soviet Union, it's this. Vichy France is still around. It still has an army. Now it's radically reduced, particularly here at home. Out in the colonial world, I know it's being reinforced. I don't know how well the Soviets knew, or even how much the Germans knew that it's being reinforced. What the French are doing, and it's well documented hindsight-wise, they're not saying, adding new battalions to the garrison in Casablanca, down here in Morocco. What they're doing is they're expanding the battalions. So more and more men are showing up into the army without increasing the size, the number of units. So yeah, there's still, let's say 2 divisions or 3 divisions in Morocco. But now they're at super strength divisions. That's how they're hiding their expansion, particularly in the colonies. And some of that is local recruits of French locally. Some of that is recruits of, Moroccan troops and Algerian troops and Tunisian troops. Some of that is French recruits that are being recruited, but the size is maxed out here, so they're very quietly sending them out to their various colonies. So I don't know how much the Soviets think that the French might rejoin under the right circumstances. So I definitely think the Soviets and Stalin is preparing for the opportunity. Whether he ever would have said the go word, go, 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 I don't know. And I don't know that it was ever get close to it. But I really believe he is preparing an army to be able to do so. Because Stalin is also, a student of history to a degree. Obviously knows what happens in World War I. He's alive then. So, are the Americans going to come in? And that's enough to create another front, which obviously they do. And I don't know all of the talk back and forth between the American diplomats and the Soviets, but I know it's happening. And I don't even know how much is still classified or just, were conversations that were never recorded. But FDR is well known to be trying to move America into the war. So Stalin very well may be anticipating the idea of, at some point, this is America coming into the war. And he wants to be ready. These are all of my analysis of my many years, more than 30 years, of studying World War II. But no, I don't think he was planning on a later 41 or for sure 1942 he's going to launch. I read Stalin very much as an opportunist. Be ready for opportunities. If the opportunity looks good, we're going to take it. Whatever that opportunity. Because we can also look at, his, operations out here in the Far East. Yes, it is Japan that out in Khalkhin Gol, right around here. Is there even, the city, I don't know. What is this? I don't know. But tries to attack the Soviet Union and gets rebuffed. Stalin is looking at this before the war breaks out as a possibility of attacking Japan. Because if Japan is looking weak, if China is starting to win, and you also have to remember, prior to, the history goes, in China, the main advisors to China are the Germans. The Germans are training up Chinese divisions, are working with the Chinese Air Force to improve it, doing all that stuff. Oh, Germany moves into a more allied stance with Japan. Germany is still continuing, has still a very large mission into China to modernize the Chinese army, that then once the war breaks out with Japan, that mission leaves. There's actually a really nice, I don't know if it's an aerial photograph or somehow they got pretty high up on some building or water tower, that there's this really long train that they have these huge swastika flags on it, and that's the German mission heading east to get out of China with a, don't bomb us to the Japanese, we're leaving, getting out, because the Japanese would not intentionally target German targets, because even earlier on when the war is going on, you see Hapag-Lloyd is a German shipping company, and they have some piers in Shanghai, and they've painted big swastikas on them. The Japanese aren't really close here, and there's like American sailors landing on those piers simply because, and this is when this area is more or less at peace, but doing sort of security work, or sailors or soldiers, I forget. I've saved the photo, save all kinds of photos of the Americans using these piers because they know the Japanese aren't going to bomb them, because the Japanese are bombing things in the area. And they're just increasing, for the international community, increasing security there, because there's also, Chinese, riots potentially and other things going on. So they're increasing security. So they're using German facilities because they know the Japanese won't bomb them. So the Germans withdraw. Into that vacuum comes the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union starts delivering tanks to China. Soviet Union is the main supplier of aircraft now to China. Soviet Union is not only supplying trainers, training people to China, but they're also supplying pilots and ground crews for the Chinese Air Force. They're supplying lots of equipment to nationalist China. They very much ignore the communist Chinese. They don't go anywhere near them. That is the one communist party that is not aligned with all the other communist parties in Moscow. They're their own independent thing. Stalin thinks they're not going to win. Stalin is supporting the Revolutionary Army of China, which is the Nationalist Army. It's actually called like the NRA in English. The National Revolutionary Army, I think, is their official English title, or a translation of Chinese to English title. Not the People's Revolutionary Army, but the Revolutionary Army. So it's the NRA is what it's called. Might confuse it with the American NRA. No, not the National Rifle Association, which is also, but the National Recovery Act, which is a massive, big organization in the U.S. at this time. Goes away with World War II starting, but it's the NRA. But yeah, there's the Chinese, it's the NRA. So Stalin is supplying them up until basically June 1941, when they're attacked. They leave the equipment basically, and all the Soviet personnel are brought back to the Soviet Union to deal with the real problem of the Germans attacking. And then into that vacuum, the AVG, the American Volunteer Group, is formed under Chennault and is sent via Burma into China. So the Americans go into that vacuum. So that's just sort of the quick history of that. I know it may not seem that way, but it is. So Stalin is looking for opportunities everywhere he can. Why does he help China? Well, because he wants to weaken Japan. Not because they're communists. They're a bit revolutionary, but they're not communists. They're, weaken Japan, and if Japan gets weak enough, because this might have been a 5-year project, of arming up, sending rifles and machine guns to China and aircraft and some tanks, and they may start pushing the Japanese back, and then, oops, in comes, Manchuria is now part of the Soviet Union. China, you're fine, but you're Beijing and South. We'll go back to the political map here. We'll take out Manchuria as part of, or a good chunk of it, if not all of it, as part of the Soviet Union. So he's always looking for opportunities. So in that kind of thing, I would say yes. Okay, hello, Ray Gun Rob. Facts, yes, I see. At least he did some sort of semi-attempt at making peace with the British, even though it was very unlikely. Well, you're talking Hess. Hess is deluded. Hess, at that point, and I don't mean he's crazy and seeing things that aren't there. I mean, he's fed an impression that there is a real fifth column in England. There is very, very little of it. Even the BFU, the British Union of Fascists, are a highly nationalistic organization. They are not looking for a... And they're not really focused on the anti-Jewish stuff. They're a bit anti-Semitic, but they're not focused on that. I think they're more fascist than National Socialists. See other debates, other talks that I have, why they're different. They are very different. They're both totalitarian, but they're not the same. Mosley would love to collaborate with Hitler. Mosley does not want to capitulate to Hitler. He would, if he was in charge, would sign a peace agreement that would largely keep the British Empire intact. But a lot of his people do end up in camps, generally well treated. But he ends up in prison. His wife ends up in prison, the Mitford daughter. The Mitfords are a crazy family. Or the daughters are. There's like 5 of them. One's a fascist, marries Mosley. The other is a devotee of the Nazis, and she tries to commit suicide. I don't know if she shoots herself in the head. I don't know if it's quite as bad. She doesn't die from it. But I don't know if it's quite as bad as they make out. You know, whether it's just... she's really that brain damage, or they just put her into seclusion. Another one's a communist, a raving, crazy communist. And then there's another couple of them. I forget sort of what they're doing, but they're sort of aristocratic daughters, all of one mother and father, that are sort of headline stars of the period and of politics and whatnot. But the right circle, the right club, as it's both sometimes called, either one of them, are more right as in correct as opposed to right as in right wing. They're mistaken for a fifth column by the Germans inside of Germany. I mean, inside of Britain. But they're more of a... at least they are anti-Semitic, yes. I think they're more of, this world's going to hell. The Bolsheviks control the Soviet Union. There's a civil war, because a lot of this is formed during the late 30s. There's a civil war in France between nationalists and communists. There's been a near revolution in France more in the early 30s, late 20s, I forget the exact date. But that could happen here. We've got to have a clique, a group, to make sure we don't spiral into chaos. I see that as more of that. So they're definitely on the Why Die for Danzig crowd. But, and this is Hamilton, the Duke of Hamilton, that Hess is trying to reach with his flight, is part of this group. He never gets imprisoned, but he's also not anyone who wants to betray Britain. He's just a extreme right winger, but very, very pro-British. What he would have done had the Germans invaded and conquered? Would he have been a collaborator? Would he have been someone who dies fighting for Britain on his doorstep? I don't know, but he is and it isn't just an embarrassment. He is very much not wanting to negotiate with. He's not even at home when Hess does his flight, but he is not, in my opinion, just looking for the way to negotiate to settle this. He realizes the war is on. We're fighting the war. At least that's my thing. Let's see, Holiday Punch. Then he's not allowed to be released till after 45. The majority of those who do not want him released being Soviets. Yes, he is the primary law. He's the last prisoner in Spandau. Very, very, very good movie is The Wild Geese. It's a mercenary movie set in Africa. There's an okay movie called The Wild Geese 2 that stars none of the original people, but it's a movie about a fictional attempt to free Hess from prison. I forget what was the motivation for the people wanting to do that, but it's sort of a team of sort of mercenary type guys that are trying to free Hess. Good enough movie to watch. Not a great movie, but check it out if you want to see it. And Hess does go crazy in prison, basically, is my understanding. Okay, could capture Goring with a giant magnet with his enormous awards. Yeah. Repeat. It would depend on what happens in the West, surely, yes. Hess, at the very least, had Lord Halifax and some others to talk with. Himmler's delusions of making peace with the Allies were far more off pasture. Yeah, at the very end of the war you're talking about, yeah. Now, Lord Haha, what is it? William Joyce, I believe is his real name. Let's first go over to Tokyo Rose. There's actually several women, 2 or 3, that are Tokyo Rose. One of them is a very strong American patriot. She finds herself trapped in Japan when the war starts. She's Japanese American. She finds herself trapped in Japan. She does all that she can on the radio as a part of her announcements to help the Americans, give clues and things. She also personally takes care packages that she gets and prepares out to American prisoner of war camps during the action. She does sort of get tried, but I think acquitted or whatever. I forget the details, for being a collaborator. But she is actively, and there's documented stuff, and they sort of keep some of it secret, of her trying to help the American prisoner of war. She is an American patriot that tries to do her best. There's another couple of women who are more Japanese patriots, but I have enough of American background to speak with an American accent. Enough. It does come off as Asian, but comes off as not a Japanese person trying to speak English, but as a person who also, is somewhat of a native English speaker, bilingual English speaker. But the one Tokyo Rose, and I forget which one, she ends up in retirement in America. She, comes back and lives quietly in America for the rest of her life after dealing with I forget all the legal details that she has to go through, and I'm sure she's jailed for a while as all this goes on, and I don't know what she's convicted of, but it's not a long jail sentence. She retires and lives peacefully in America. She does not want to live in Japan. She wants to be in America, because she is an American, but just trapped by circumstances of the war. I think William Joyce, Lord Haha, I think when he starts, I think he's ideologically on the fascist / National Socialist side. I think he believes that Germany's going to be victorious, and so does his best deal that he can. And in essence, betrays Britain and does the propaganda, excuse me, just a little bit of hiccups, propaganda broadcasts to help the Germans as best he can. He is not trapped by circumstances. I'm not saying he's anti-British or doesn't like Britain, but I think he sees, now it's maybe very much that he's inside the belly of the beast and sees Germany is going to be the victor. So, and if you're going to lose a war and you believe you're going to lose the war, it's better to lose the war quickly and get it over with and then try to do the best you can afterwards, right? And that's a reasonable thing to think. If you're going to be occupied, you're Denmark and you're going to be occupied, well, you try to ride the war out as best you can. There's no reason to die uselessly. Now, obviously, that's not the case with Britain. It is the case with Denmark. So all of the people who did light collaboration, I don't have great hard feelings. Even those early guys that went off to fight the Bolsheviks, some of the early volunteers. Because the early volunteers were told that they were going to be wearing Danish uniforms, fighting in a Danish legion. It was more, oops, now we're putting the Danish legion in the Waffen-SS. Now the later volunteers for the Waffen-SS and the hardcore Danish that were joining the local equivalents of the Allgemeine SS, I forget their exact name, they're a bunch of, collaborationist bastards. Not the, hi, I'm the local, policeman who's trying to keep order, who, collaborates with German occupation and sort of enforcing sort of German regulations. Well, he's just trying to make the situation not so bad for the Danish, look the other way when he needs to, only see things that the Germans want him to see when the Germans are looking over his shoulder. Otherwise, like I say, look the other way and try to get rid of real criminality of, people stealing stuff from other people, trying to maintain order in society. That's what I call sort of light collaboration. And those are the people that rise up when the Danish national rising happens sometime after D-Day. So, so I don't have, now maybe Danes have a different opinion of these people, but the light collaborators, I don't have harsh feelings. And because they're just trying to get through a bad situation. But I see William Joyce as someone who thinks the Germans are going to win, already sort of kind of agrees with them, and he puts his all into the propaganda stuff. So yeah, he gets what he deserves, which is basically death, as far as I remember. Yeah, see. The point of freeing Hess was so some TV big shot could have Hess discourse secrets. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen the movie. But just some motivation. They do sort of a plausible, because they figure out that Hess has periodically moved between the particular hospital and Spandau, and that would be the time to snatch him up. It's all a plausible, commando raid. It's all, plot armor, trying to come up with a good plot to have a good commando thing and have it over a controversial figure, Hess, that kind of stuff for getting movie people in seats. So it's a worthy movie to see if you ever want to watch it. But it's not a great movie. I think the main Wild Geese movie is the great movie. And I really think it deserves more recognition than it gets. Partially because Hollywood and the newspapers and all that are filled with communists, so any sort of anti-communist, pro-white guys in Africa has got to be bad, kind of thing. So, but yeah, no, they were the good guys. Okay, everyone, I want to thank Holiday Punch, Elizabeth, Repeat, Ray Gun Rob, The Pink Floyd. I know I'm going to forget a few people, but scrolling up here, Thomas. Who else has been hanging out with me today? I already said Repeat, I believe. Dutovich. Niagara, I know, has already gone to sleep. The Normal Person, Lena, Arno, of course, Jamnuska, whoever else is still around. Thank you so much for... Oh, Robert Coleman, if you're still here, thanks for hanging out with me. I will be back tomorrow with War Thunder, and probably again next week. I think sometime this coming week I will have a Slytherin stream, I believe. I believe it's Warhammer 40. No, I believe it's Starship Troopers over on Slytherin TV. And, you know, be back next weekend. I should be. I will at some point be taking some weekends off or some Saturdays off, going to some gun shows and other events here locally as spring, summer continues. But we'll have to see when those are. So everyone, if you want to like the video or subscribe or follow, do appreciate it. See you next time. Have a good